I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
I know English is your second language, but you don't word
It's my third, but I'm still better at it than you. You are wrong.
Yeah! Well, then now the gavel's calling. Let's get this session started. Hey, folks, grab a seat. It's time to get the scoop. Baker's in session, serving justice with a whoop. From sunny Cali courts to the heartland's dusty halls, we'll spin the yarns of trials big and small. Oh, Baker in session, tales old and brand new. Some make you laugh, some will leave you in a stew. Gavels dropping beats, witnesses take the stand. Join the fun, y'all, across this great land. Hey. Classic papers like OJ or that moonshine bust. Fresh headlines steaming hot. In Baker we trust. Murder in the Midwest, scams down south so sly. We'll break it down with grins, no need to cry. East Coast embezzlers, West Coast wild rides. Supreme Court showdowns where the big shots collide. From petty thefts to plots that twist and turn, Baker's got the stories that'll make you learn and burn. Oh, Baker in session, tales old and brand new. Some make you laugh, some will leave you in a stew. Gavels dropping beats, witnesses take the stand. Join the fun, y'all, across this great land. Famous folks in hot seats, underdogs who win. We'll cheer the verdicts, dive right in. Coast to coast adventures in the name of the law. Baker's here to share it without a single flaw. Hit subscribe, don't miss the legal ride. Baker in session where the laughs collide. Hey, how we roll.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to day 3, technically, in the I want to say Uriah, but that's not his name. Uriah Urick trial. It's the trial where a 17-year-old girl and her boyfriend allegedly pew-pewed her grandma, who was the one she was living with. She was kind of her surrogate mother. Yesterday, we did the first 2 days. Today, we'll do day 3. And we're going to be on a little bit of delay. And not tomorrow, we might have to watch another trial when this is done, because according to the kid, I need to sneeze. According to the kid, there is another trial out of Nevada with a lady who kind of tailors your business to her boyfriend. And she did take a plea to begin with, but then when she went to the courtroom, she said, "No, I don't want to take a plea deal." Apparently, she didn't do it, but ninjas might have done it while she was sleeping. You know, things happen when... oh my God. Whoosh. I need to stop doing all of that Colombian blow. But apparently, she admits that she knocked him unconscious, but she didn't do the rest of it. And she used to be an adult actress, so I might need to do some deep dive for research. But we might have to keep an eye on that one when this one is done. I like doing this where we are delayed, so we kind of know when we're going to stop, and we don't have to sit here till the middle of the night and hey, if we get it a day late, are we really gonna lose that much? Don't give too deep. Well, if I go, I go all the way. Only for research purposes, of course. And I have to say, whew, I have to go back. Thank you so much to Sloth Live Scott for becoming a member. I don't know why it says sponsored, but thank you so much. And I looked at the comments from yesterday. It seems that the program, even though I can't really show the same things I could on the other thing, I haven't figured out how to do things the way I did on the old streams. It seems kind of like everything is okay. It's just, and I figured out how to make Rumble run today, so Anime is happy again. He's one of my mods. My mods are never happy, but it's up and running. Hello, all of you over on Rumble, and hello, all of you over here on the YouTubes. And it's just because it's a dramatic rise in price for the old program, and yeah, some things were better, some things were worse, but in this one, if we can make it do things and stuff, and it's kind of like over at Recovery Addict, you can do you can kind of add a counter if you want to say how many times did he say true and stuff like that. I like that part of it. Other parts might not be quite as good, but hey, we'll get used to it. Well, not all of them. That's I don't think they are. Not all of them. Not in my world. In my world, I'm looking normal, but I don't know why. But the thing is, in the real world, the post-its are on my left, and so what you're seeing now is what it's really looking like. And I don't know why StreamYard had something where they flipped it, and then I flipped it, so I was watching it the right way, but then they flipped it when they sent it to you. I think the thing you're seeing right now is what I'm doing. So you have been living in a lie for the last year and a half. I've been in this studio where everything has been the other way around. I'm sorry. I had Canton PD help me with the setup, so everything was inverted. Your husband would never ever say that. I think your husband and I agrees on most things. But let's get to it. Today we will be getting into the autopsy already, and we're going to see more crime scene photos. We're going to hear from the prison snitch, and I believe the arresting officer. I just skipped around a little bit since yesterday, and that's how that's what I kind of picked up. Well, it's going the right way on my screen. I'm sorry. And Jamie, you have a link if you have times. My bookshelf is clearer now, though. Oh, what? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm sending it out in a higher resolution or something. Oh, and if you weren't here yesterday, again, congrats to Aidan Carney for having another lawsuit dismissed yesterday. This was the T-shirt lady who sued him for him telling her stop using my image. The lady who misspelled Chloe and who didn't understand what part of the police John O'Keefe was working for. They didn't even have to argue the defense position. It was just thrown out by the judge. Apparently she want to appeal it. Good luck with that. I believe one of maybe one of the last amendments in the Constitution, like the 50th, the 60th or something, is something called free speech. I know you might, it's way back in the Constitution, so you might not have heard about it. And let me tell everyone something, Twisted Tragedies amongst others, because she doesn't get it either, because that stupid 304 copyright struck me for nothing. Someone being mean to you is not cyberbullying. It's not harassment. It's not something that you need a restraining order against. Someone just saying, hey, this lady is misusing my image or is raising funds that no one has ever really seen being donated, no receipts given, is not cyber harassment. And people need to stop thinking that courtrooms are the place to stop everything. I don't care. I cover stuff like that, but there's so many dumb people out there who think we can fix everything through the court systems, and that's not how you do it. Next week, I believe Aiden is in Atlantic City with Paul O'Keefe's girlfriend, because she's also being cyberbullied because Aiden reported what she sent to him. A really good way of not getting reported on is don't send stuff to him where you say, I want you to report on it. But a lot of people are dumb. Oh yeah, that would be normal today for you. For me, it would be backwards still. No, Crispy, you I started earlier, so you could dilly-dally into your cozy chair with your coffee, and I know you need a little extra time to get there and get ready and put your blanket on, get your crocheting mats. I don't know what you do while you're streaming, but I have to do this, and then we're gonna do this, so I cover the lawn and crim, and then I think we're gonna get going, and then hopefully we can get through these 8 hours in probably 6 hours. Yes, let's do it to it, as they say in Burkina Faso.
All right, let's bring out the jury.
My brother used to have a yellow lab, and they went to one of those pools because it was a pure breed, and pure breed just means really shitty genes, because we have tried to breed all the things we didn't like out of them and ended up with something that's way too inbred. But they went to the pool and had that dog run in the hot water, and that was really good for its hip dysplasia.
Let's go and get started. We have a witness on the stand. Sir, you are still under oath. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
I believe where we left off yesterday was talking to Christian Atkins and going through his house. Is that correct?
Correct.
And while you were there, what all did you recover, or what all did you observe?
There were several firearms. Some were in a like a soft gun case. There was a pile of clothes, like cut off hair, and several boxes of hair dye.
While you were there, did any of the items that you saw make you go look anywhere else for more evidence?
Yes, we went Detective Martin and investigator, I'm sorry, from the crime scene unit, we went to the dumpster outside. I believe they recovered something out there. I wasn't there the entire time they were in the dumpster. I also went to another apartment to see if we could find cameras across the street and the other apartments.
And ultimately, did any of the other apartments have any?
Oh, and good to see that the stupid Rumble chat is not connected. I have to figure out if you can do that. That's annoying, but thank you so much, Anime Rumpy, for gifting a membership on Rumble to Jackal. Why are you calling him Jackal? Because his name is Jackal. Jamie, stop making fun of people. Well, I don't like it. Well, you're too mean. You should be nicer to the people who watches us. No, I don't care. Jamie, you're so mean. Thank you so much, Anime. I have to figure out how to do that.
Videos that were helpful in the case?
No.
Was there anywhere else that you went and looked for or obtained video?
Yes.
Where was that?
The Walmart, I believe it's on 518.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit states 104 and 103, which is a Walmart surveillance video and the accompanying VRA.
No objection.
States 103 and 104 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, may I publish these?
Yes, please.
All right, Detective, what's up on the screen is states 103. How many videos did you obtain from Walmart?
I believe it was broken into smaller files, but total, I think there was 3 different views.
I'm going to start with the first video labeled checkout on states 103. Gonna press pause at 5 seconds. Can you orient the jury a little bit, Detective? What are we looking at?
So this is the self-checkout at Walmart. It's like an overhead view of what people are bringing up.
And do we see either Tara or Uriah in this video?
This is Tara,
And just to be clear for the record, is Tara the individual on the left or the right?
the left.
Okay. Pressing play at 5 seconds on states 103 checkout video. Are you able to see what Tara is scanning?
Yes, they're red boxes that we had recovered from the house. It was a Revlon, I don't remember the exact color, but hair dye. I believe there was a white box of it too. I don't remember the brand.
But we do recall that the red boxes were hair dye that was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they paying with cash or card?
Cash.
I'll now move to the entrance photo, or entrance video. I apologize, on stage 103. I'm pressing pause at 7 seconds. Detective, are you able to identify who's in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was this?
Tara King is on the left, and that is Christian Atkins on the right.
Pressing play at 7 seconds. I'm pressing play on the parking lot video. At 4 seconds, Detective, is there anything pertinent in this still shot?
Yes, the white Jeep on the right side, I believe it's the 3rd or 4th car from the front of the store, is Christian Atkins' Jeep.
Okay. Pressing play at 4 seconds. And is this also Tara and Christian?
Correct. That's them leaving the store.
And now we see them both kind of right there at the end. What side of the vehicle are they getting in on?
They're both getting into the driver's side.
Oh, I have to show you this. I didn't show this yesterday. Their mugshots are wildly similar. This is how they look. This is so weird. Well, if I buy the new house, I can have a dog. Then you can send it to me. But Jamie wants it. But look how this. Very, very weird.
And so you don't see either of them get to the passenger side of this vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. But we don't know whether or not someone was in that seat. We just know that Tara was getting in the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, the one on the right was the one we are having in trial now.
So after you obtained this Walmart video, what was the next step in your portion of the investigation?
No, it's not from Alabama. It's from Texas. They this is after they unalived allegedly the grandma. They ran away and then they dyed their hair at their friend's apartment. But they just look very alike, face structure and everything. That's ew. But especially when they dyed their hair the same way. That's people don't do meth. Even if it's cheaper than Ozempic, don't do it.
I left Christian's house is when we went to Lake Jackson, like I described before. We ended up ruling that vehicle out and the drivers of that vehicle.
Now, I want to talk about when you are interested in looking for a vehicle, what sort of police tools do you have to try and find a vehicle or look them up?
Well, there's several. We have a system called Accurate that will allow us to see what vehicle a person owns. It'll give us license plate and addresses that vehicle is registered to. We also use the flock camera system that will show when a specific vehicle crosses a camera.
And I know you said that you went to Lake Jackson to rule out this other car, correct?
Correct.
Did you utilize any of those systems to look up any other vehicle?
Yes.
Which vehicles did you look up?
We looked up it was a white, I can't remember if it was I think it was a Chevy Malibu.
Did we also look up Christian Atkins' vehicle?
Yes.
And can you remind the jury what vehicle was Christian Atkins driving at that time?
It was a white Jeep. It had blue or green, I think it was blue, door handles. It was pretty unique, stood out.
Is that the Jeep we just saw at Walmart?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes.
Detective, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as states 106 and 107. Will you let me know if you recognize these documents?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
Those are flock camera images.
And do they appear to have been altered in any way?
No, there's no way to alter it. That I know of. I'm not a computer guy.
Thank you. State moves to admit states 106 and 107.
Location.
State 106 and 107 will be admitted. Yes, please.
I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it wasn't too bad. Well, it's always bad to lose a fur baby, but I hope it. As I say with every person, I hope it goes fast.
All right, Detective, in general, can you explain to us what the flock system shows us? What are we looking at?
So anytime a vehicle passes a flock camera, it will take a picture of a license plate. It'll timestamp and date when the vehicle crossed that camera, and it'll also take a picture of the camera and where that camera is located.
And so can you tell us what date and time the first image is?
That is on February the 6th at 3:02 p.m.
In February the 6th, that would be Thursday, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where is it that we see Christian Atkins' vehicle at 3:02 p.m. on Thursday?
That's going to be the 4100 block of Dixie Farm Road. It's northbound from Main Street, which would be 518 in Pearland.
So that's in Pearland?
Mm-hmm.
And do you know anything related to Christian Atkins that would be in Pearland?
He worked at a place called Energy Metals, or EMI.
In Pearland?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not abnormal that that vehicle would be in Pearland as a detective. That seems normal?
Yes.
Okay. And is that ultimately the area we see his vehicle in on Thursday and the beginning of Friday?
Yes.
Okay. And what time are the Friday ones?
There is one at 6:57 a.m. and another one at 8:24 p.m.
And these are actually a little bit before States 106, I apologize. When is this first image from?
The first one is from the 5th, and that is at 8:09 p.m.
And so that is Wednesday, correct?
Yes,
And is it, I'll zoom in a little bit for you, was it 8:09 or 6:09?
6:09.
Okay. And so is it fair to say Christian keeps getting captured, kind of coming and going from this Pearland area?
Yes,
Okay. And does that corroborate the information and timeline given to you by Christian?
yes, he said he worked in Greenland.
Okay. And when he told you kind of about his coming and going to work, does that all
Right.
match? Okay. So after you utilized the flock system on Christian's vehicle, what was the next thing that you did?
We used, I don't believe I did it, but there was another system that we use called Vigilant that will pick up vehicles on the highway. Has same type system. It's a license plate reader that will catch vehicles in areas that the flock cameras are not.
Okay. And what vehicle did y'all use Vigilant for?
That would be Travis Hodge's vehicle. It was I believe it was a Malibu.
Okay, so I want to back up a little. How did we start looking for a white Malibu?
Through the Instagram messages from the search warrant, they were speaking about a Travis Hodge and I guess him driving into Laredo, Texas.
Okay. And so did you utilize these police services to figure out what type of vehicle Travis Hodge drove?
Correct.
And then you said earlier that you ran that vehicle through stop, correct?
Correct.
And then you said y'all also utilized the Vigilant system, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as states 108 through 115. If you would please take a look at these documents and let me know if you recognize all of them.
And the rest are all pockets.
And are they all of the same vehicle in which you're speaking of?
Correct.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Yeah, I think the flock system is what they call their highway surveillance system. No, not really. They have been very quiet. I think they're going to try and pin it on the girl and say she's the one doing it. But so far, not a lot of questions from the defense.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states 108 through 115, having tendered to opposing counsel.
No objection.
Those will be admitted?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So I'm going to start backwards. I'm going to start with states 115. Is this the white Chevy Malibu you were talking to us about?
Yes.
And who was this vehicle registered to?
Travis Hodge.
And so what is the first date and time that you located a flock hit for Travis Hodge?
This one is on February the 7th.
And do you recall, I know I don't have a calendar in front of you, who said February 6th was Thursday, what day is February 7th?
That would be a Friday.
Okay. And you said this was in the morning?
Yes, ma'am. 10:09 p.m.
And for those who may not be as Houston direction savvy, do you know about where in the city Memorial Drive and West Loop would be?
I'm going to assume on the west side of Houston, outside of Loop.
Is it fair to say that Memorial Drive's in Houston?
Correct.
Okay. And throughout 10-7, we see this vehicle kind of driving around this area. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am. It took the last picture.
And what's the last picture?
That's Highway 146, southbound at Bell Road.
And do you know where about that would be?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I could look at the map.
No problem. Is 146 a road that extends all the way to Galveston County as well?
Correct.
Okay. And it states 114. Are these all continuing on the same day on that Friday?
Yes.
States 113. Is this all continuing on Friday?
Yes.
And are we getting later into the evening here?
Yes.
Okay. I want to bring your attention to the very last image. Do you have an idea where that location is?
Main Street at Hobbs Road. I believe that's going to be Dickinson area.
I love that he's asked, do you have any idea where it is? Mainstream at Hobbs Road. It says right here. It's not that hard to figure it out when it says right here.
So you believe that's in the Dickinson area?
The Hobbs Road, I believe, is Dickinson. Main Street, I'm not sure if there's a Main Street in Dickinson.
Okay. Do you know if Hobbs Street goes from Dickinson into League City?
Yes.
Okay. On States 112, can you tell me the date and time of this first image?
The first one is going to be February 7th at 6:49 p.m.
And where is this location?
South Friendswood at West Ranch.
And is it fair to say that that's in Friendswood?
That'd be a good educated guess.
Okay, but you don't know for sure?
No.
Okay, no problem. And we see 2 images from the 7th, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then when is the next time that you see Mr. Hodge's car on 4?
28th
What time?
at 9:35 a.m.
So is that Saturday morning?
Correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say, since we don't see anything between the 7 p.m. on the 7th and the 9 p.m. on the 8th, is that because Flock didn't return any data from in between those times?
It's not that they didn't return data, it's that maybe that car didn't pass one of the block cameras.
Okay, so there was no images of that vehicle during that time?
Correct.
Okay. And then it states 111 and 110. Is this just continuing to follow Travis over the next day?
Yes, to the 9th.
Okay. Now, you also stated that you utilized Vigilant, correct?
Correct.
And tell us what that difference was between Vigilant and Flock again.
So flock cameras aren't set up on major highways, they're only set up inside towns or cities. Vigilant has cameras on freeways, in between large stretches of road.
So is it essentially another license plate reader type system?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just in different locations, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you part of what's been marked as States 108. Is this the same Chevy Malibu?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to start kind of from the bottom. What is this one that we can see? What date and time is that?
I'm sorry, I didn't see which one you're on.
I apologize. This bottom one, right?
It's a photo of the picture of the vehicle in Galveston. Without seeing the exact return, I don't know exactly where it's at. I believe it's outbound. But
Do you know what date and time it is?
that's on the 7th at 11:50.
So, Friday morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then moving up to the next one, what date and time is that?
That is on the 7th as well at 12:15.
So also Friday now, early afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. PM stay time.
Okay. And then this next one, that I believe is one highlighted and what we see on the right-hand side. Tell me what we're looking at in that part.
So that is a photo from the 8th at 7:26 in the morning. It's on US 59 in Inez, Texas.
And on the other half of States 108, is this a map essentially of Texas?
Correct, with the location of the vehicle, or the camera.
So is that's showing where Inez is, correct?
Correct.
Now, are you familiar with where on this map Bay Cliff would be? What direction?
It'd be northeast.
So towards the top right corner of States 108?
Correct.
And where would Laredo be?
That would be southwest from there.
So on the bottom left corner?
Yes.
So is it fair to say to get from Bay Cliff to Laredo, you pass through Inez? Is
Yes.
that one of the ways you could go?
Yes.
Once you utilized the flock system and Vigilant to see where Travis Hodge had moved, what was the next step that you had in the investigation?
Attempting to locate Travis Hodge.
And were you able to locate Travis Hodge?
Correct.
How was it, or where was it that you located him?
I located his vehicle in the 400 block of Louisiana Avenue in Bay Cliff.
Okay. And once you located him, what did you do?
I sat on the vehicle and conducted fixed surveillance.
And that would be my question. When you say you sat on a vehicle, what is it you're doing?
I parked my car on the far east end of Louisiana Avenue and watched the vehicle and see if it moved.
Okay, so what we think of is like old school surveillance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did that vehicle move?
Yes.
And what happened next?
I observed the vehicle back out of the driveway and head west on Louisiana Avenue. I forget the name of the street that ends into, but it's behind an elementary school. There's a stop sign there, and I observed a traffic violation on the vehicle.
Okay, once you observe that traffic violation, what occurs?
I relayed that information to Sergeant Fowler, who conducted a traffic stop on the vehicle.
And did you assist Officer or Sergeant Fowler with that traffic stop?
Yes.
When you arrived at that traffic stop, tell us what you saw.
So it took Travis a while to stop, and as I was getting out of my car, Sergeant Fowler was asking Travis to step out.
Okay, I was like, just make sure you don't tell me what anybody else says.
No, he was getting him out of the car.
Okay.
He got out of the car and kind of walked to the back of the vehicle, and he began speaking with Sergeant Fowler. I stayed up at the front driver door that was still open, looked down, and immediately, in plain view, observed a bag of methamphetamine.
Okay. And so when you say you see something in plain view, as law enforcement, what does that give you the right to do in a vehicle?
It is probable cause to search the vehicle.
Okay. And what happens next?
We conducted a probable cause search of the vehicle.
What else was located inside that vehicle?
There was a set of keys and a magnetic box. I gave those keys to Detective Hudson. There was also some more meth that was later found in the vehicle.
After you located the keys and some more methamphetamine, what's the next step that occurs for your part of the investigation?
I was advised to go to a storage facility off of 646, just outside of Bigcliff.
So you said just outside of Bigcliff?
Yeah, it's technically Texas City.
And that storage unit, was there a certain number that you were sent to?
Correct, Unit 191.
And what were you to do when you got to that storage facility?
When I first got there, I spoke with the manager who was there. Speaking with her, I was able to obtain gate records of when Travis entered and exited that gate. Also got a rental contract from him and access in and out of the storage facility so our other guys could come in.
Your Honor, may I approach? Actually, I apologize, I don't need to approach yet.
Okay.
State's going to move to admit states 102 and, nope, not 102. I handed the wrong thing earlier, I'll fix that. States 104 and states 105A and B, which is the rental agreement and the accompanying business records affidavit.
No objection.
So that's 104 and 105 A and B?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And may I finish?
Those will be admitted, hearing no objection. Yes.
And may I publish it?
Yes.
That's one of those things I just don't understand why people do. It's the same with those who film in toilets. And we don't kink shame on this channel, except we kink shame a lot on this channel. And don't do that. It's weird. It's nasty. And I don't know if these people don't know it. If it's to see some bow chicka wow wow, the internet is full of it with way better lighting and people who know how to position themselves. Because I've never tried it, but I've heard that when you are actually introducing the bee to the flower, most people kind of look like two handicapped people fighting. So I just don't understand why people think that's a thing. I don't get it. Yeah, just go watch a shrimp. Yeah, a lot of kink shaming and judgment is being doled out on this channel. Isn't it this thing they say that you should always test the USB plugs if there's some of them and the smoke detectors, because people will put it, and again, watching my drunken ass coming home from a party and falling over, I don't know what you want to use it for. It's weird. It's weird. Stop being weird, people.
In State's 104, Detective, what is this?
That's what's called a BRA, or a business records affidavit.
And is this what you received from the manager at public storage?
Correct.
You stated you obtained a rental agreement and entrance exit data, correct?
Correct.
So in State's 105, what is this?
That's the rental agreement from the storage facility.
Can you tell me what date the unit was rented?
That would be February the 9th.
And going off that calendar we've been working on, does that mean it was Sunday?
Yes.
And what unit was it that was rented?
Unit 191.
Is that the same one you were sent to look through?
Correct.
And then as far as customer information, who rented this unit?
Travis Hodge.
And we see here an address. Is that around the same area where you completed your fixed surveillance earlier?
Correct.
In State's 105B, is this that entry and exit information that we talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the first timestamp that Travis enters the storage unit?
February 9th at 4:31 p.m.
And does it also tell you how they entered?
Yes, with a keypad.
Okay. And is it fair to say that Travis comes and goes from this storage unit multiple times?
Yes.
And we see the date changes here at the bottom. When is it he comes back after that first day?
The 14th.
And does he come back a couple more days as time goes on?
Yes, the 18th, 19th, and 25th.
Now, do you recall what day it was that you stopped Travis?
There are
I
multiple
can refer
multiple
to those.
pictures.
If you would refresh your memory and then just look up at me once you feel refreshed.
Just want to clarify.
Sure, Judge.
Were there 3 exhibits in 105? Was there 105 and 105A and B? Or was there merely 105A and 105B?
Only 105A and 105B, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm ready.
All right, what date was it?
February the 26th.
And so we just looked at that entrance and exit data. Is it fair to say that Travis came and went from that storage unit up until the day before y'all stopped him on traffic?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you obtained the information from the manager, Miss Lundy, what was the next thing that you did at the storage unit, if anything?
I went to the storage unit where there was a consent search for the storage unit.
And I know it may sound self-explanatory, but what's the difference between a consent search or, say, a search warrant like you executed on 472315?
So consent search is when, say I want to search your car, I ask you, hey, can I search your car? You tell me yes. If you deny consent, I need to get in there to search whatever you have. I can apply for a search warrant as long as there's probable cause for that search warrant. I can obtain a search warrant, which is signed by a judge that authorizes me to go in there and search whatever I need to.
And so is the consent for Unit 191 similar to the consent that Christian Atkins gave you to search his apartment?
Yes.
When you searched Unit 191, what did you observe?
There were some firearms. I believe there were some magazines. There was a broken iPad. There wasn't a whole lot in there.
But you recall that there was a broken iPad and some firearms?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was it you who documented or collected the items in that storage unit, or did you observe while that happened?
I just observed while that happened.
And is that similar to what the house and ID team comes in?
Yes.
Okay. Once you completed that search of Unit 191, what was the next thing that you did as your part in the investigation? I can ask a little differently.
I did draft some search warrants. I don't know if that was before or after.
Okay.
I drafted search warrants for Uriah's phone and Tara's phone.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked as States 100 and 101. Go and take a look at these documents and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
Those are search warrants that I wrote for the phone.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
This is a real case. This is a good case. I think you should watch it with your audience. It's how a case should be. They are building it up. They have the facts. They are putting it in there. And we watched day 1 and 2 yesterday. No shenanigans. None of this. Hey, if you close one eye and think about the Queen, you might be able to figure out what happened. All of this is being meticulously built up. There's video. There's good witnesses. It's a good case. This one. It's not one of those cases where you're either angry or you're just sitting here. This is the most boring we've had because they are just putting in a lot of traffic stop and pictures like that. But this is the most boring we've had so far, Harry. But you should watch it with your, or if you didn't know it, go watch the Nevada case that started yesterday. According to the kid, she says it's a really good case. So I haven't watched the second one, but you need the kid gives her recommendation, and she's one of my mods. Take it for what it is.
No.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states 100 and 101, tendering to opposing counsel.
No objection.
States 100 and 101.
And may I publish, Your Honor? So, Detective, in states 100, is this your search warrant for Uriah's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in states 101, is this your search warrant for Tara's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you execute a search warrant on a cell phone, how does that work? What happens?
So once the search warrant's obtained, the phone is then able to, the search warrant's executed by a forensic download through a system that we have.
And is it you that completes that forensic download?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so as far as any of the contents of the phones, that would be better asked to the person who forensically downloaded it. Is that correct?
Correct, unless I went through the phone dump.
Okay. Did you go through either of these phone dumps?
I did not.
Okay. Besides doing these search warrants, was there anything else additional you did as part of the investigation into this case?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
Need to kick out for Brian?
All rise for the jury.
That'll be very good.
Someone needs a little pee-pee break. I like being behind, so we don't have to wait for all of this pee-pee breaks and stuff like that.
My name is Bill Atkins.
Is she hella pregnant? Or just chubby? I can't tell if she's pregnant or chubby. Well, I can look like I'm pregnant some days as well.
Mr. Atkins?
Officer, my name is Bill Atkins, and I represent Mr. Urick, who's sitting here to my right. I've got a few questions for you. Originally, you responded to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it was in a pretty big state of disarray, right?
Meaning,
The house where the incident occurred.
the house was in disarray?
Yes.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And there were guns that were strewn over the house, is that correct?
Oh, Aaron has been really busy over on the Discord because someone had put up a gingerbread waffle house, and I asked if someone might be able to do people having a love struggle on the roof of it. So if you are looking for Christmas decor that has a little bit of true crime, this is what you should be going for. You can make the waffle house out of gingerbread, some, I guess, sugar panels, a little bit of fondant, and then some pipe cleaner and chestnut stick figures. We don't judge on this channel, Kim. Remember, we don't judge. Maybe it's a little bit of a fupa. I love my crazy viewers.
They're particularly in the living room.
And there
And that's why you should all be following over on Discord.
were drugs like pills and stuff like that, and bags of marijuana.
I remember some pill bottles like at the bottom of the guns.
And there were bullets and magazines and things like that were there.
Yes.
There was money on the floor and credit cards and things like that as well, correct?
Yes, there was like $30 on the floor.
Okay. Now, when you were tracking Travis Hodge, did y'all catch up with him?
So we weren't tracking Travis Hodge.
What are the flat cameras for? For his,
This was after the fact to see where he After everything was said and done, that's when we learned about Travis after Uriah's arrest, and we found out about Travis later, and then we used the flock cameras to see where he had been.
Okay,
So we weren't actively tracking him.
tracking is maybe not the right word then, but I mean, when you were keeping tabs on Travis, that was based on information you'd gotten from the people in Laredo, correct? Or
No, we didn't get any information from Laredo that I know of.
How did Travis Hodge get involved then?
Through the Instagram return that the other detectives had gotten.
Okay, what did y'all know about him and his involvement at that point?
We believe that he had driven Tara and Uriah to Laredo, and also believe that he was selling them methamphetamine.
Okay. And the reason you believe he's selling methamphetamine is he's a known meth dealer, is that correct?
I wouldn't say that he's a known meth dealer, just from my experience in narcotics. I had never heard of him before.
Okay.
This case.
Well, one thing that you indicated was that you're an ex-narcotics officer, correct?
Correct.
And Bailiff is an area that's got a lot of meth, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's kind of, I don't want to say that's what it's known for, but there's a lot of meth transactions that occur in the Bailiff area.
It's fair.
And if you're looking for meth people, that's one of the areas you sort of look at, right?
I wouldn't just target them if I was looking for meth. I mean, it's all over the county. But yes, there is
Okay.
a fair amount of methamphetamine in the Bayshore.
And that's the area where all this took place, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, and you may, this is, I've sort of talked to some other people about this, I mean, but when you look at the house where the incident occurred, I mean, do you think that it was just in disarray because of what had happened there, or do you think that that was just the normal condition of that house?
Sustained.
Does that mean answer or no?
You don't have to answer that. He's
Okay.
going to rephrase his question.
Oh, okay.
When you've seen houses before, correct, where someone has come in with the sole intention of burglarizing it and has totally ransacked the house, is that right?
Yes.
Did this house seem like that?
Yes.
Okay, so then, and given that then, what you're saying is you think that that was not the normal state of the house?
Correct.
Okay, do you think the normal state of the house was clean?
No.
Okay, do you think it was still messy?
I wouldn't say.
A Danish whisk. What's a Danish whisk? Is it something for the bedroom? I've never ever heard anything. What's a Danish whisk? I hope it's something for the bedroom. Is it like a bad dragon, but just Danish? I don't. Maybe it's a Danish whiskey. I don't know. We have some famous Danish whiskeys called Stauning, I believe. That's a city and our prime minister who gave us the welfare state that we have it today. Well, that's the myth, but in reality he didn't. But fun facts about the Danes. A Danish whisk for mixing dough. What's special about those? You don't whisk dough, you whisk anything that you need to whip in. Are you talking about a K-spade? That's what we call the flat one with the ding ding that you, when you make muffins. I don't know what it is. But congratulations. Hey, Venus.
Messy, it was cluttered. The kitchen was pretty messy, and Tara's room was certainly messy.
Okay, and those are not things that would have
I
been
hope it
ransacked
was.
on the day that everything happened, correct?
Those two didn't appear to be ransacked. No.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we call those a K-spade. Because that's Kenwood made that one and it looks like a K. It's the kind of like the spade thing.
There's a lot of valuable stuff that was left behind in wide open when y'all got to the house, correct? Mainly the guns.
Correct.
Okay. And how many guns were there that were just sort of strewn about the house or the living room?
I couldn't give you a number.
Decent amount?
I would say more than 5, less than 15.
Okay. So until the Instagram post, you had no dealings of any kind or knowledge of any kind with Travis Hodge?
No, sir.
Okay. And you may or may not know the answer to this, but was Travis Hodge, was he just storing the items he had, or was he supposed to be selling the items he had?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
I never spoke with Travis.
And what about ammunition? How many bullets and magazines and stuff were around the house?
I couldn't give you an exact number. I know there was a loaded 22 magazine just outside Tara's bedroom. I believe there were some more magazines that were located over by the guns by the Christmas tree. If there was more magazines, I couldn't tell you. Other ammunition, I don't really recall seeing any.
Okay. I'll pass it to the judge.
Any further? Okay.
Detective, Mr. Agnew was asking you a little bit about the state of the house and if it appeared ransacked, correct?
Correct.
And I believe what your comment was that the Tara's room and the kitchen didn't appear to be ransacked.
Yes.
Were there places inside the home that did appear to be ransacked?
Yes.
What was that?
The living room and Tammy's bedroom.
What part of the living room made you think that it was ransacked?
When I came in, there were credit cards and papers, and there was a driver's license. I didn't flip that over. There was a wallet that was thrown back behind the couch, along with it. There was an AR-15 behind the couch. There was some marijuana back there, and an empty wallet, which I'm just assuming that the credit cards came out of.
And was there anywhere else in the home that appeared to be ransacked?
Tammy's bedroom.
What part of Tammy's bedroom led you to believe it had been ransacked?
Where the safe was in the back, the mattress up against the bathroom door. She had along the north wall of her bedroom, there was clothes and various boxes and things. A lot of those were knocked down.
Is it fair to say that you...
Thank you for 16 months, Jen. Probably did. Everybody here is. I haven't figured out. I have to go back and clip that again because I don't have it anywhere. Did the defense ask the brother-in-law if the house was normally a mess like they found it? He would know. They didn't really ask him about it. He said that it didn't normally look like that, I believe. But other than that, yeah, no.
could tell the difference between what was messy and what seemed ransacked? Was there a difference to you?
Yes.
Okay. And why did that stick out to you?
At that time, we believed that there was a burglary at the house. I actually wrote the first search warrant for burglary with intent to commit another felony.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
No further questions.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Hello, I am Dr. Monica Patel, Monica Patel.
And Dr. Patel, how are you employed?
I am a deputy medical examiner at the Galveston County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what does it mean to be a medical examiner?
So a medical examiner is a physician who performs examinations on a person after they've died in order to determine cause and manner of death.
What sort of training and education do you need to have in order to become a medical examiner?
You need to have a medical degree and then go into training through pathology and then do a fellowship in forensic pathology. I have a Bachelor of Science from the University of Miami, from Miami, Florida. Then I went on to do a 4-year medical degree from Kansas City University in Kansas City, Missouri. I trained 4 years in pathology residency from Washington University in St. Louis, Missouri. And then I continued on to do a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship here in Houston, Texas at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences.
And you mentioned that pathology is one of the things that you had to study, correct?
Yes.
What is pathology?
So pathology is, in general, is defined as the study of diseases. Most people know it as people who get tissue biopsies and look at cancer cells under the microscope. And then under that, you have several subspecialties, of which forensic pathology is one of them.
And so going a little bit deeper into that, what is the difference in forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology is doing examinations, whether it be external examinations or autopsy examinations, in order to determine cause and manner of death in individuals. And specifically for a medical examiner, it's individuals who have died suddenly, unexpectedly, or not naturally.
And you said these words, cause and manner of death. Will you explain what those are to the jury?
Sure. So cause is generally the underlying disease or injury that causes a person to die, and manner of death is how that came about in the individual.
And so when we talk about cause of death, how many causes of death are there in the world?
A lot.
So it's not a short list, is that fair?
Correct.
And just to help everyone kind of understand, can you give us an example of a cause of death?
Sure. an elderly person who's got heart disease, it could be hypertensive and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Another example would be somebody who has died from a drug overdose. It might be toxic effects of cocaine. So there is a variety of causes of death.
And then we move to manner of death. How many manners of death are there?
So there are, I believe, 5. There's natural, there's accident, suicide, homicide, and then there's undetermined one we can't reasonably categorize into the other 4.
And could you briefly tell me, let's walk through them. What does a natural death mean?
Yeah, so a natural death is essentially an underlying disease that the person has and that they may have died from. As a result, an accident, general examples would be a car accident or a drug overdose or even like an electrocution. A suicide is when somebody takes their own life, and then a homicide is a death at the hands of another individual.
And then you said undetermined is when you can't determine which of these it is, correct?
Correct.
And so specifically when we hear the word homicide, is that the medical examiner's office determining whether something was criminal or not, or is it simply the fact that it was caused by another?
Simply that it was caused by another person.
So there's the medical examiner's office doesn't make a determination as far as the criminality of a death, correct?
Correct.
So
She is the death doctor.
generally, when you approach an autopsy, can you tell the jury what does that look like? How do you perform an autopsy?
Sure. So we receive the body from an investigating agency. The body is ascribed a specific case number to that individual. We open the body bag and photograph the individual as we receive the body so we don't touch anything or remove anything. Then we go on to remove any articles of clothing or property and clean the body, photograph the body as it's clean. And if they have any injuries, I generally photograph the injuries before it's been cleaned and then again after. I take note of any identifying features of the person, any scars, hair color, eye color, etc. that might help identify an individual. Then once that's done, we go on to do the standard wide incision in order to open the body. We remove the chest plate, and then we go on to remove the organs one by one and examine the organs for any injury or natural diseases.
And about how long typically does an autopsy take, or does it depend?
It really depends on the case.
And while you are performing an autopsy, besides the photographs, are you documenting it in any way?
Yes, we have a page of notes, and we take notes. We photograph things as we remove them if there's anything abnormal about them, and then we go on to make dictations, and then a report is generated, and then that is finished at another time once all the information comes back.
And so you said a report is generated. What type of information are you waiting on to come back?
So in our office, we have a dictation system, so we dictate and somebody else transcribe it, so we have to wait a few days to weeks until that comes back. We also may receive additional information from investigative reports depending on the type of case, toxicology results, if that's submitted in certain cases. So there's a number of things that we could wait for.
And once you have compiled that report, does it get reviewed or anything by you?
In certain cases, yes. In homicide cases, I like to have my other colleague review the case.
Okay. And then you said once that's done, you compile the whole report and submit it, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I, Coach?
I got the kid found one for me, and I've never ever seen anything that looked like this anywhere in the world. I don't know what it is, but if they're blaming it on the Danish, but you wouldn't make these type of loaves with an implement like this. You would use the sickle thingy. Oh my. But I like the 69. Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Dr. Patel, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as states 426. Can you look at this and let me know if you recognize it?
Yes, it's a copy of my autopsy report and the toxicology report.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 426.
No objection.
426 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, may I publish this? Thank you. All right, Dr. Patel, I want to go through this kind of in sections so we can explain it to the jury, all right?
Sure.
This top section, a little pointer to make it easier. This top section here, how do you gain this information?
So that is generally written on the investigative report. But like I said, each individual gets a specific case number, and then the name of the deceased, the person or people who are investigating the case, the date of birth, etc., to give us the age, race, and gender, the date we perform the autopsy, and then me, the prosector, and then the requesting authority.
Okay. And so this isn't information that you had personal knowledge of. You got some of this information from the agency who brought you the deceased.
Correct.
Okay. And then we move to autopsy findings. What does this section talk about?
So that's what we have found at the autopsy that helps us in order to determine the cause and manner of death.
And so here, I'm going to come back to this top portion, but I'll start down here. What cause of death did you determine for Mrs. King?
A penetrating gunshot wound to the head.
When you say penetrating gunshot wound, can you tell me what that means?
So penetrating means that a bullet enters the decedent's body and doesn't leave the body. It's retained in the body. When you have something called a perforating gunshot wound, it means that the bullet or projectile went through the person's body and exited the person's body.
So in this situation, being penetrating, that means the projectile remained within Mrs. King. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then what did you rule the manner
She
of
did.
death?
And I was
Homicide.
thinking,
And
what?
you explained earlier that that means it was caused by another, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's go back up to Roman numerals or 1 and 2. Roman numeral 1. Can you tell us what it is that you discuss in Roman numeral 1?
So I describe a penetrating gunshot wound to the head, the entrance, which is on the left preauricular skin, which is the skin in front of the ear. And then I discuss the path. And so it goes from the left skin in front of the ear. It enters into the oral cavity, into the soft tissues of the oropharynx. It goes through the trachea or the windpipe, through the right carotid artery, into the right chest cavity, through the upper lobe of the lung. The lung has 3 lobes, so it's in the upper portion of the right lung. And then it goes between the back side of the right 10th and 11th ribs, where the projectile is found in the muscles of the right back.
So with this path, it says it starts in that left area in front of the ear, and you state it ends in kind of the right back area. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, moving down to number C, what is that, or letter C?
So those are injuries of other things that may not have been directly in the path of the projectile. So we have fractures of the 2nd through 7th cervical vertebrae, which is the vertebrae or spine in your neck. We also had right hemothorax, which is basically blood in the right chest cavity, at least 500 milliliters. We also have fractures of the superior thyroid horns and hyoid bones, which are bones in your neck. And then fractures of the right 10th through 11th right ribs, where the projectile goes through.
And then what is letter D and E telling us?
So D tells us the direction of the projectile, which is left to right and then downward. And then recovery means where the projectile was recovered from, which is the muscles of the right back.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about path and direction. How do you determine left, right, up, down? How do you look at that?
It's based on the positioning of the body as it is in anatomic position. So essentially it's when the decedent is lying, standing straight up with their arms forward. It doesn't actually mean the direction of the way the projectile was fired or the positioning of the body at wherever the body was found.
And so, does that mean that you don't know when you do your autopsy how exactly the body was positioned at its time of death?
Correct, not always.
And so the way you report it is if the person was just standing straight, like hand by side, correct?
With their palms facing forward. Correct.
Okay. So for Miss King, if she had been standing, it would have been coming from her left to her right and from up to down.
Correct.
Okay. Let's move to this next section, the identification. Where do you get this information?
So that's the name of the individual, who performs the autopsy, what date, and then who assisted with the examination. We have more texts that assist with our examinations. And then also if anybody from any investigative agency is present at the time of the autopsy.
And is that something that is pretty normal to occur?
I apologize, what is normal?
I asked that poorly. Is it pretty normal for an investigating agency to observe an autopsy?
I would say it's regular in certain types of cases, yes.
Is it pretty regular in a homicide case?
Yes.
Now we move to the external examination. Tell me how that works.
So that is the description that I have described before, where we look at the body and we describe the height and weight and the eye color and the hair color, etc. And we just look at the body from top to bottom. Additionally, I include if there are
oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Zach, behave.
compositional changes in an individual in this section.
And so, for those of us who may not know or understand how it works within the human body, what do you mean by decompositional changes?
So decompositional changes are breakdown of the body after an individual has been dead for a certain amount of time. The types of changes that occur usually are from bacterial microbes that break down certain tissues of the body. So you'll get, for example, your skin can start slipping. You get bloating from the gaseous particles from the bacteria that might be breaking down tissue. You can have maggots on the body. So there's various different things that can occur during decomposition. In terms of time intervals, it's really just dependent on like the environment that the individual has been found in. So that's not really something that we determine.
But are you able to determine whether or not somebody is in decomposition or not in decomposition?
Yes.
Now, for Ms. King's external examination, can you tell the jury a little bit about what you observed?
So she's roughly 5'4" inches, 250 pounds. Rigor mortis, which is contraction of a dead body, has passed due to decompositional changes. We could not assess lividity, which is basically pooling of and seepage of blood from vessels, and that can kind of tell you the positioning of a body when it was potentially found dead. So if a person's lying on a certain side, sometimes it comes out to be like a cherry pink almost type color on that side, and you might be able to tell like how they may have been facing, but we can't in this case because of the decomposition. The type of hair color, which was gray ash brown, her eyes were dark, the corneas were cloudy because of the decomposition. We look for any hemorrhages in the conjunctiva of the eyes, and then we just look at general descriptions of like the nose, ears, the mouth, the neck, and then just general body areas.
And then kind of that last portion, what are you talking about here?
That is the decompositional changes that I described earlier.
Okay. Now, when, I know we can't go through kind of timelines on decomposition, but if somebody is deceased and immediately an autopsy performed, do they have any of these decompositional changes?
It is unlikely unless it's in a wet environment such as water that accelerates decomposition, or a very hot environment and the individual is a little bit larger. Sometimes that can happen. It really just
I think they found her within a couple of days, but we know from the last case that 17 days and she was a skeleton. Does it say? I don't think it says anywhere how long she had been. Rigor mortis had passed. So it's more than 24 hours later. It doesn't say. The chest and abdomen are normally formed. Oh my. And for Zach's very important knowledge, the external genitalia, those of an adult female, the extremities are developed normally.
depends.
Okay. So it depends on those factors you were talking about earlier. There's a lot of things that change it, correct?
Correct.
Now, were you able to tell from what you knew about
Yeah, a couple of days, yeah. I started this trial today. What's the alleged motive for the unaliving of the grandmother? Stealing money, drugs, and pew-pews to sell on and start a new life. Defense kind of alludes to, well, they had to unalive her because she had been mean to the girl.
Ms. King, and when you performed your autopsy on Ms. King, had she passed away that day?
I cannot tell.
Okay. But she appeared to have decomposition, correct?
Correct.
And would you call it, like, could you tell if it was early decomposition or had been decomposing for a little bit?
I wouldn't say that she'd been decomposing for months. That's generally when they start becoming skeletonized and stuff like that. But I can't say definitively how many days to weeks, or probably not weeks, but days.
Okay. Our next section, we talk about evidence of medical intervention, but we have none. What would medical intervention be?
Yeah, so if somebody's found unresponsive and emergency medical services or EMS comes by, sometimes they'll put like electrodes on the person to see if their heart's beating, or a tube in their throat to see if they're to help them with breathing. So in this case, there was no medical intervention.
And then we move to evidence of injury. Is this that same penetrating gunshot wound we spoke about on the first page?
Correct.
In this portion, do you give any more information about that wound?
Maybe a little bit more detail on the size and where exactly it may be located, but the above section is generally the condensed version.
Now, I want to bring our attention to the very last line of this, where you think it looks like no soot, stippling, or marginal, and I'll go to the next page. Abrasion is identified. What is that? What are you talking about?
So soot is described as burned gunpowder that comes out of the barrel of the gun and can be deposited on the skin, particularly in cases where the barrel is closer to the individual. Then we have stippling, which is unburned gunpowder that strikes the surface of the skin and almost causes little scrapes on the outside of the skin. And then marginal abrasion is essentially when a bullet enters the decedent's body, and if it enters at a certain angle, it can scrape just like a certain portion of the wound, the edge of the wound, before it enters the body.
And you had no signs of any of those items on this team, correct?
Correct.
And then subsection B, it looks like we're talking about that pathogen. Is that the same that we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Now, earlier you mentioned that there was blood in the right chest cavity, and you said at least 500 milliliters. Can you tell the jury, kind of in layman's terms, how much blood is that?
So an average individual has about 5,000 milliliters of blood. So that's, 1/10, I believe, of somebody's blood volume, but we can't account for any blood that may have leaked out in the transport of the body. So I always say at least this much, whatever we have found.
And typically, how much blood should be in your right chest cavity?
None.
So there being 500 milliliters is something notable, correct?
Correct.
Then we move to the internal examination. And can you let us know what we're talking about in the body cavities portion?
So this is the description of all the body cavities. So we have the right chest, the left chest, the sac that holds the heart. We call that would be kind of a cavity, and then the peritoneum, which is the abdominal cavity. So we note if there's any other blood collections or any other things in there that that should not be there. We describe if the organs are in their normal positions, and then if any organs are missing, essentially from surgical intervention.
And was there anything largely of note in Ms. King's body cavities?
Other than what was described above, no.
And then we move to the head. Was there anything of note other than the description of the gunshot wound in Ms. King's head?
No, but she did have a severely decomposed brain, so at some point evaluating the brain structures gets difficult because the brain has no form.
And then kind of same question for the cardiovascular system. Was there anything largely of note in the cardiovascular system of Mrs. King?
She did have some atherosclerosis, which is plaques in your coronary artery, but nothing...
I don't live in Germany. I live in Denmark. I'm Dutch, by the way. I was just reading how the wound, as I read it, she was pew-pewed somewhere on the left side, down through the spine, and the projectile got caught in her right back muscle. So that's a weird kind of trajectory to. Maybe if she's lying in bed and would that do it? No, because and there was no stippling, so it was from a distance. If she was trying to get out of bed, Zach's favorite position, he calls this the 7-11. Maybe if she's trying to get out of bed and he shoots her from the doorway. But across the body, from the skull downwards and stuck in the left back. Yeah. Well, it's 8 hours away from Holland. It's a long way. Who said get some currywurst? Ugh. I never understood all these people who are, oh, we're going to go to Germany and get some currywurst. Get some schnitzel. If a woman wants to meet you and she thinks you're German, just roll with it, man. I'm trying to help you here to escape from your room. Well, I need to go to Germany and get some marzipan now you say that. Thank you for reminding me.
Of note. That's unusual.
With the plaque in her core.
Well, Zach likes to meet new companions, and that's why he has that position at the toilet at the 7-Eleven.
Is it coronary artery?
Yes.
Plaque in her coronary artery, would that have had any impact on her death in this case?
No.
And then we move to the respiratory system, that kind of first line, and we move to the next page. Was there anything of note in the respiratory system?
No.
And then same question in the neck.
Other than the described injuries, again, no.
And then I'll kind of go through these a little bit together for I'm not even going to attempt to say that word.
Hepatobiliary system.
Yes, ma'am. That one, the digestive system, and I'm also not going to attempt that one. Were there anything of note in those three sections?
No.
And I'll ask the same for the next two sections.
No.
And then we have opinion. What does opinion, how do you create the opinion portion?
So I just take a combination of a general description of the circumstance, what was found at autopsy, sometimes toxicology findings if it's pertinent, and then based on what the autopsy findings are and the investigation, what the cause and manner of death is determined to be.
So I want to go through a couple things with Mrs. King. We talked about the plaque in her coronary artery. You said that didn't have any effect on her cause of death, correct?
Correct.
Now, we know that the cause of death was ultimately that gunshot wound of the head. how lethal was this gunshot wound?
It was fatal.
And was this a wound that with immediate medical attention she could have survived, or what circumstances were we looking at?
I'm not sure if she would be able to have survived this injury. It really would be like how quickly I guess medical intervention could have happened, if a vascular surgeon could have repaired her right coronary artery or her lung. I'm not really sure.
Absolutely nothing of any sort of any of that mentioned anywhere.
But ultimately we know that this gunshot wound was fatal.
Correct.
Now, you all talk about specimen and their toxicology if it was an effect. Does toxicology get performed on all autopsies?
Not on all autopsies, but in all homicides. Yes.
So was toxicology performed on Mrs. King?
Yes.
And now I know, or let me ask, are you the individual who performs the lab work for toxicology?
No, we are only the individuals who collect the specimens to be sent out to another laboratory, who then performs the analysis.
And you stated, though, in your opinion, that you do take into account toxicology results if you think that they had an effect on the death. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, we don't see in the opinion here anything about Mrs. King's toxicology. Did anything in her toxicology make you think, or cause you to formulate the opinion, that that had anything to do with her death?
No.
Now, I know you're not the individual who tested, but you're familiar with the toxicology results, correct?
Yes.
Now, for what you would look at to create your opinion, was there anything of note in Mrs. King's toxicology?
She had the presence of delta-9 THC, and then a metabolite, which is delta-9 carboxy THC, some hydrocodone, and then ethanol, although the ethanol is a very low level, which may also be produced from decompositional changes.
So I kind of want to go through that a little bit. So the ethanol and blood alcohol concentration, that is a low amount and may come from decomposition, but we don't know, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the hydrocodone was the result.
Am I wrong, or is this the first time we have seen a full report being shown in court? It's actually quite interesting. Alcohol, blood alcohol, 0.014, so that's not a lot. And then the hydrocodone and the THC. This is it. It's interesting.
The hydrocodone, anything of concern for you?
No.
Why?
It is not within the reported fatal range, and also she had a fatal gunshot wound.
Okay. And then additionally, the delta-9 carboxy THC and delta-9 THC, is that ultimately that THC or marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And was the amounts of the delta-9 THC and carboxy, were those of any concern to you or of note to you in your opinion?
No.
Would those levels of THC have facilitated her death?
Not that I'm aware, no.
Okay. Now, you stated that you take photos as you perform your autopsy, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, because of the state of decomposition that Mrs. King was in, are the photos pleasant?
I would say no.
And would only a couple of photos be enough to let the jury see without giving them everything?
I apologize, I don't understand the question.
Are we able to show just a couple photos of Mrs. King to show her injury without showing all of your autopsy photos?
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Dr. Patel, will you please look at the images and let me know if you recognize them?
I had it at 1.5. I thought she was talking about.
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
They have the specific case number that is for this decedent.
And Your Honor, may I, or state moves to admit states 427 through 430.
No objection.
We have no objection. States 427 and 430 will be.
And Your Honor,
No, not on the overhead. We can publish them through deputy point.
yes, we can absolutely do that. Your Honor, may I approach real quick?
Yes. Can you approach?
It was at 1.5 because I speeded up doing the when they are just talking about, hey, I got this degree and I went to school there, but I forgot to put it down again. So normally we'll run it at 1.25, and this is day 3 in the morning. This is roughly around dinner time that they are doing this. This is good for digestion, watching the pictures from
Indeed. And Your Honor, may I publish states 429 and 430 on the please? So you spoke about locating a projectile
Holy
within
moly.
Mrs. King, correct?
Yes,
And you stated that was in her right back area?
I
correct.
feel my 8
Now,
hours shift
besides
along.
photos, do you take any other types of images of a decedent?
Depending on the case, usually with something that has any gunshot wound, we take x-rays.
And is that what we're looking at in states 430?
Yes.
Can you orient the jury as to what part of the body this is?
Yes, this is the, the thoracic cavity, which is basically portions of your torso. This here is the spine. And then this right here, you can see is a projectile.
And we see there's this white device-looking thing in the middle. Do you know what that is?
It looks like surgical intervention that she may have had earlier.
So does it have anything to do with the injuries observed in the autopsy?
No.
And ultimately,
So she had a fused neck. Maybe, can we tell what this is? I heard they don't really do that anymore, unless you have very degenerate spine. Degenerate spines. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I thought they didn't fix the spine that way anymore. Ooh. Too low in the bottom part or the top part. There's a big difference. Spinal fusion, yeah. I didn't think they did them a lot anymore because so many people will have discomfort because you don't have the normal bounciness. Because they talked about it back when I had my herniated disc, and if they did it and they said we don't do that anymore, we just go in and try and repair the disc and take the bulge away. Didn't work. ADB had a spinal fusion. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Oh, it's this. I must have heard wrong, but maybe it's because your discs are so ruined that you need to have them fused.
after you take this documentation, do you retrieve that projectile?
Yes.
Is that what we're looking at in states 429?
Yes.
Yeah, but I think they will go a very long way because you will need your spine is kind of the spring in your body. It's the one that needs to take absorb a lot of the impact so that the brain doesn't get rattled so much. I think they try not to do it as much anymore. They used to love to do it, especially to people who played sports, and they found out that it was way worse for them because it'll just ruin them even more.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes.
You don't have to ask all the time, just do one.
If you to grab us some scissors.
Oh, that's probably wise.
All right, Dr. Well, if you would like to use any gloves, there is a set to your left. If you would open this package and then let me know if you recognize the content within.
Yes, it is a sealed envelope with the decedent's name and case number, and then written on it says projectile from right back, and on the back side is my initial.
Does it appear to have been tampered or changed in any way other than some stickering from a lab?
No.
Your Honor, state's going to move to admit states 431, tendering proposing alcohol.
Objection.
431 will be admitted.
Is 431 the same image we just showed in 420?
We just turned into Twisted Tragedies where everyone is sitting saying, well, I have one degenerate disc. Well, I have two. Well, I actually don't have an arm. Well, and she will sit there and say, well, could you send me some money because I'm taking care of 17 parents. Everyone has no spine. They had it surgically removed, so they are just kind of slinging around on the floor. I myself have no legs, no arms, no head. And my 17 kids are all disabled, and at the same time I have a petting zoo for animals that has born without legs. So please send me some money. That's how most of Twisted Tragedies shows goes, I'm told. I don't watch it. My brother was in a wheelchair with muscular dystrophy and had metal rods put in his back to straighten his scoliosis. He dreaded. Oh, he's unalived after his nursing homes murdered him. But when he got cremated, his rods were left over. That's actually a thing. My dad used to run. Oh, hey, Jamester. Can you get it
Is
to
it
work?
working? Yeah, it's very odd.
I can't hear you. Have you put the right microphone on?
Yes.
Can't hear you. I think you're using the wrong microphone. I can see it lighting up, but I can't hear you. Can I do something? No, that's not what I want to do. You are at full audio.
Yeah. And it says it's
I
my
can
headphone.
see the indication that you're talking, but there's no audio coming through. Did you mute the stream or something? No, then it shouldn't come through. I don't know what's happening, Jamie. Try talking again.
Did that work?
Nope. No audio is coming through.
Everyone else can hear me, apparently. I was gonna say, my settings say my headphones, so I don't know what else to do on my end.
No.
He's
You
working
all
with
hear
an-
her. Why the hell can't I hear her then?
I don't know.
I can't hear Jamie, but apparently you can hear Jamie. What the hell? I have to figure that one out. Well, as long as you can hear her, that's the most important. What? I have everything turned on in the back end.
Well, happy Thursday, everybody.
I'm going to turn this on, and then I'll go ask Grok why the hell I can't hear Jamie.
Okay, I'll just sit quietly.
29 to the jury, or Dr. Patel.
I apologize. Repeat what you just said.
Is Exhibit 431 the same image we see in States 429?
Yes, a sealed version.
Is it fair to say this is the photo and this is the real thing?
Yes.
Once you complete your report and all of your documentation, do you have anything further to do with the criminal investigation in the case?
Not with the investigation. We may just come for testimony if it goes to trial.
So what we're doing here today?
Correct.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
You know, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Who's got that?
It's okay. 426.
And I'm going to show you the autopsy report, and there's the last couple pages here that were included in here that y'all did not discuss. Could you tell me what these pages are for right here?
These are the reporting limits of certain tests that were performed.
And what do they indicate?
I guess the limits of their analysis.
But I mean, as far as like, there's one that has a reading for amphetamines, another one that has a reading for methamphetamines. Does that mean that it's in their system or no?
No, it was not reported to be in their system.
And that's what I wanted to make clear. So these things here are showing that they're not in their system, but when you were on the page we discussed earlier, those are showing that they were in their system, correct?
Whatever is in the positive findings is something that was found in their blood. Correct.
So these two pages here are just really to exclude what was not in their system. Is that correct?
I apologize. Can I say that again? Yes, it says that the following tests were performed for this case, and it has a list of the tests that were performed, and then whatever they deem appropriate according to their levels to be positive will be reported in the positive findings.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear for the jury on that. Now, in this case, I mean, you cannot say necessarily how what was in her system contributed to her death, correct?
I believe that. I'm sorry. Can you rephrase the
It
question?
was a horrible question. I apologize. But what you indicated earlier is what was in her system did not contribute to her death, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but it may contribute to other factors that, don't necessarily contribute to their death, but affect their behavior. Is that correct?
Yes, drugs can affect a certain individual in a certain way.
Jamie, can you try again? I think I have had my setup way wrong.
Is it working now?
Yeah, it's because my microphone was my camera and my output that I was supposed to listen through was my microphone. So the audio should have been really shitty. But no one has complained.
Yeah, you sounded normal to me.
Thank you, Jamie. Most people say I sound like I'm insane.
No, pretty normal. Yay! Hi, guys.
The ones that Baker is less grumpy for, this one is good. I like Derek Brooks because he was such a noon. Why are people saying I'm grumpy? I'm such a nice guy.
No, Jessica asked me and Marissa what was our favorite trials to watch.
Oh,
That's a tough one because, like,
a good lunatic pro se where it's
he's
still
really young. Yeah.
yeah, well, where it's still an okay case and he's not getting railroaded because he's an idiot. But I think my favorite trials is Bradley Yawn, Daryl Brooks, even though I don't like Miss what's her name, Judge Darrow.
They call her Judge Mommy or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really did disliked her after watching the Vicene trial, and then I really liked what was the name of that case? The Letitia Stout case. I thought that was a good case.
Oh, yeah, that was crazy. I watched Matthew Moore on my own before I knew Baker and stuff, and I thought that was a good case. Like,
I don't know that one.
yeah, the one where he was accused of unaliving his wife and she actually unalived herself. But that was just a good one because it had a good outcome, I thought.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Well, we might need to go back if we have a down period around Christmas and rewatch Letitia Stout because she was just insane.
Oh my God. Yeah, that was insane. I'd actually like to rewatch that one.
But this one is a good case. I don't know how much you watched yesterday. I know you had a lot of work to do, but
Yeah.
I think
I tried
it's a good case.
I tried to bop in and out, but mostly I was like, oh wow, well, he seems pretty guilty. So
Yeah,
that was my opinion.
yeah. It's a good. I think it's a good case, and both sides are doing well.
Mhm.
Let's get
Okay.
into it.
And what I'm getting at is, in this case, the thing that she was positive for was hydrocodone. You said it was not necessarily a fatal amount that she took, but that would still potentially impair someone's ability, correct?
Potentially, but I can't testify to somebody's behavior.
And that's
Yes.
what I'm getting at. You can't. What you can't talk about is how any of these things were affecting her on the day.
Correct.
Okay. But we do know that those things have the tendency to affect people in varying ways, correct?
Correct.
So we just don't know how. With her. Okay. I'll pass it to the judge.
Any further witness, Your Honor?
Thank you. You may step down. Call the next witness.
The state calls investigation.
And Jamie, I have to confess, I like watching trials on delay, so we can just skip through a lot of it, and we don't have to sit here till midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Well, chop guy, you're not getting off that early.
Well, I was bummed that one trial started the other day, the beheading one.
Yeah, it started yesterday.
Yeah. I didn't get
Well,
to
yeah,
see any of it. She looks like a nut job.
Well, she kind of is. She's not as bad as the one who was being followed by Space Force, but
No.
she's not all there. Let's just say that.
Well, yeah, she's getting sentenced and then is like, I'm innocent.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Rachel Martin, RACHELMARTIN.
And Ms. Martin, what is your proper title currently in your position?
I'm a crime scene investigator.
So is it all right if I call you Investigator Martin?
Yes.
Now, Investigator Martin, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office in the Crime Scene Investigation Unit.
How long is it that you've been employed in that division?
I went over to the Crime Scene Investigation Unit in 2019.
So roughly 6 years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
And what sort of training or experience did you need to have in order to start in the Crime Scene Investigations Unit?
So you have to be a certified peace officer through the state of Texas. I'm an intermediate peace officer.
And we've heard some testimony from other officers about to become a peace officer, you must go through an academy and get TCOL certified. Is that the same path that you took?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you hold an intermediate peace officer license?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was your entirety of your law enforcement career spent in the crime scene unit?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Where else were you?
I began with the Sheriff's Office in 2014 in the Corrections Division. Made the decision to attend the Police Academy in 2015. Graduated from the Police Academy in 2016, where I remained employed with the Corrections Division.
Oh yeah, that was Carly Gregg, wasn't it? The emotional support rep.
No, that was the snowplow guy.
Snowplow guy. That's snowplow guy. Yeah.
That was his daughter.
Yeah. Yeah. That was weird.
That was weird.
Yeah, Tyler Robinson was denied for public streaming, but they are still trying to see if they can get a final order to overturn that. That's going to be probably a big case because of the political element. So we're probably not going to cover it on this channel because I don't want 50% sitting here yelling at the other because they absolutely vote the wrong way every 4 years. The only one who gets to talk politics is Jamie because she is an anarcho-capitalist and she wants everyone to suffer and pay her.
Yes, please.
Until I came to the Crime Scene Unit in 2019.
So when you're employed with the Corrections Division, what does that mean?
You're employed and you work in the jail.
So what is generally the...
It is a federal case, but the federal, they can just rule on it. It's not a rule that federal cases can't be televised. It's just something that they do.
I thought it was just a state.
No, he got federally indicted, I believe, because
remember you can do both, right? Just like that one in Michigan.
True, yeah, but I believe that he got the first one coming up is federal, but federal trials can be televised. They just have to say, yeah, we want to televise it, and then it's televised. It's not a federal case. Marissa, stop spreading rumors. I'm going to get the kid to yell at you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was just Utah State.
Sue, you know it's not going to be just about a man being shot. It's going to be all of the cray-cray. So it's going to be the same with that Maggione guy or whatever his name is in New York. That's also going to be a lot of, I have this ideology, so I'm going to have that opinion. And again, Jamie is the only person who is allowed to determine who is going to be pew-pewed because it's too late to stop now.
The crime scene unit.
So we respond to all major and some minor calls, anything from burglaries to homicides. We do a thorough investigation and then follow up any type of processing or laboratory runs, anything like that.
Now, other than your intermediate peace officer license, do you have any sort of extra training or credentials that you've obtained in order to aid in your job?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
Okay, so I have roughly over 3,000 TCOL hours. TCOL is the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. It's basically the governing certification board for the state of Texas for peace officers and jailers. I have a property and evidence certification through TEACS, which is an extension program through A&M for peace officer training. I have a property and evidence certification through TAPIT, which is another certifying body for property and evidence. I am an advanced fingerprint analyst. I received that training, basic, intermediate, and then my advanced through TechStack, which is just a training, what do you call it? Like someone who provides training to peace officers, a training body.
and I'm also a palm print analyst through that same training coordinator. Also through TEACS, I have my Forensic Investigator 1 certification, and then my Forensic and Investigative Sciences certification as well. I'm an IBAN operator. That's basically a national ballistics database that we input information into, and it gives us a readout. It's also known as IBIS, just an integrated ballistics system. I'm also a ballistics IQ operator. That is basically our triage software. It provides us with a local database for ballistic information, as well as it triages the ballistics information to give us the best quality output to put into NIBIN, which was the operating system I spoke about first. I'm a CDR operator, which is a crash data retrieval. It's a hardware and a software system. Any vehicle that is involved in a crash, we can utilize this hardware and software programs to pull any type of data from any of the airbag modules or any other modules that are available, depending on the newness of the vehicle and its abilities. I'm certified as a crime scene investigator through the IAI, which is the International Association for Identification. It is basically a certifying body that gives us a test depending on what level analyst you're going for, and you must pass that test with at least an 80% to be certified. I did a 3-month National Forensics Academy at the University of Tennessee, where I received my crime scene investigator certification as well. They house you in Tennessee for 3 months, and you delve into all the different facets of crime scene, from fingerprints to skeletal retrieval at the body farm. While I was there, I received a basic certification for bloodstain pattern analysis, as well as a basic certification for shooting reconstruction.
Is it fair to say you have a lot of training?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, whenever you get assigned to work a case, how is it that it becomes your case?
So we rotate on an on-call basis in our division. So typically if you're on call, you're the initial investigator that receives that call, that assignment. We do kind of rotate out like major cases, anything that deals with some sort of death or homicide, because you may receive 3 or 4 while you're on your on-call, and that's just too much of a workload, so it gets assigned out that way for those. But if you receive like a burglary call or something that you just go work that is on a smaller scale, if you're on the on-call rotation, then you take on that case.
Now, when you are the lead on a case, do you do everything yourself, or how do you approach that?
No, ma'am. So when we receive a case that's on a larger scale, it's typically all hands on deck. So our entire investigative team will come, and then as lead investigator, you will assign out duties to the other investigators to kind of divvy out the workload.
I want to bring your attention to February 6th of 2025. Do you recall that date?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing on that date?
I was on call.
Okay. And so when you're on call, ultimately who calls you if there's a need for your services?
Typically it's the first responder on scene that gives us a call.
And did you receive a call on that day?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Once you received that call, what did you do?
I was briefed over the phone on what was initially seen on scene. And then I told them that I would be en route to the scene. And then I called my first line of contact, which is my Sergeant Patrick Ryan. I called him, advised him of the details, and then he made the calls then to the other investigators to get everyone over there on scene.
Where was it that you went en route to?
I believe the address is 4723 15th Street in Baylor.
And while this may sound like a silly question, what county and state is that in?
Galveston County in the state of Texas.
Now, when you arrived to this location, can you tell me what type of location this was?
It was a residential home.
And once you arrived as the lead investigator, what is the first step that you do?
The first thing that we do is we meet with the first responders on scene and get a full rundown in person of what they saw and everything that took place, if anything had been moved or altered from the state when they initially arrived, so that we can go in with that information, but just get all of the details from them before going in and assessing the scene.
And how is it that you have the authority to go into a scene?
So when an unattended death has happened where someone is deceased outside of the medical hospital, it gives us the right to go in and do an investigation.
And then sometimes do you ultimately require a search warrant?
Correct. That's correct.
And in this case, is that essentially what happened?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Now, once you enter a home, or a location, what do you do first?
So we do an initial walkthrough, and we basically assess the scene, try to find things that stick out, that look maybe out of place to us, and try to kind of put together an initial ideation of what took place in the residence.
And when you walked into this residence, can you tell me what you observed?
Sure. So initially going through the front door, you walk directly into the living room area. As I looked around the living room, I saw a couple things that stuck out to me. There was an open bag of dog food, kind of out of place in the middle of the living room. There was a purse, and then like items, as ladies know, how we keep our purse, right? Our receipts, our cards, our business cards, things like that were kind of scattered on the living room floor, which looked out of place. There were firearms sitting in the living room, which seemed a little out of place to me. And then there was some monetary, I can't remember the denomination, but there was some money as well, just kind of laid out on the floor.
And once you looked through this living area, where did you go to next within the home?
We walked through the living room, and then it takes you into the dining room area, which is also connected to the kitchen.
And was there anything out of place or of note within the dining area?
So in the dining room area, the only thing that I really notated was there was a hard case for a firearm that was empty, open on the dining room table, but nothing else really stuck out. There was a blue Tupperware bowl with some sort of looked to be like a glitter substance or something on the floor, as if the bowl was housing that substance and had come open in the dining room area.
Okay. And where did you go after the dining area?
Into the kitchen.
And was there anything of note or out of the norm to do in the kitchen?
No, not really. It was just a little unkept with dirty dishes in the sink and like some fast food bags and stuff on the counter.
Where did you go after the kitchen?
Went into, there's a room just directly, which would be north of the kitchen, which was utilized kind of as like a storage room, but it was also where the washer and dryer were kept as well. So I went into that room next.
And same question, was there anything out of the norm that you believed or something that caught your attention in the utility room?
The utility room was packed pretty full of just random items, maybe kind of used as a storage space. Like I said, there was a little walkway path through the items that you could go, and then towards the end of the back of the room, there was a doorway with a washer and dryer kind of set off to the right, and then things were kind of turned over and laying into the walkway, and then I believe it was the dryer was kind of positioned in front of the door to restrict access from the outside.
From your observation, was that door able to be opened?
No.
After looking through the utility room, where do you go next within the home?
So I walked back through the kitchen, through the dining room, and then on the south wall of the dining room is an opening that leads to a hallway where there's 2 bedrooms and a restroom. So I went into the went to the west end of the hallway, which is to the right, to the bedroom, the far west bedroom.
And what was your observation about the far right bedroom?
That bedroom was just kind of utilized as a storage area as well. Kind of like the other utility room, there was a small walkway where you could get through, but it was full of just random personal items. Nothing of note.
After that room, where did you go next?
Into the restroom.
And was there anything of note in the restroom?
No.
And where did you go after that?
I went into the bedroom that was located on the east end of the hallway along the south wall, and that was Tara's bedroom.
And how could you tell that that was Tara's bedroom?
It was definitely a bedroom for a teenager.
And what were your observations about Tara's bedroom?
The bedroom was kind of unkept, really. Nothing notable in there. The only thing that I saw that kind of struck concern for me was there was a bed, lots of items on top of the bed, so I don't know how anyone slept on there, but there was also a sleeping area that was kind of created underneath a desk area with lots of bottles of yellow liquid in it. But other than that, it was just like a normal teenage bedroom.
Jamie, I need to get your input on that. What do you think about the piss bottles?
Are you really that lazy?
No, I'm trying to engage you in the chat. That's why I'm asking. I'm not lazy. I'm just asking you if you have an opinion.
No, I'm talking about whoever's pissing in a bottle. Like, really? Why? What is?
Well, I was just I just thought it. Well, I used to be deployed with that guy who peed in the bottles.
You knew somebody who peed in a bottle
I've
for
told
no
that
reason?
story 20
I
million
feel
times,
like
Jamie. That my roommate, when I was deployed, he peed in his Coke cans and just left them in the room.
no, I don't remember that at all.
I've told that a million times.
I don't think you told me. Oh, that's terrible. What if he like forgot and then like thought he had a can of Coke sitting there, or
No,
maybe you did.
we had our room was set up so it was an old barracks building from the Serbians, and so we were two people sharing a room, and then we'd have our closets between us, so we had a little privacy, if you know what I mean. And at the end there was like some shelving, and on top of that shelving he was always putting his empty cans. I threw them out and then chucked them in the trash when I was done with mine, and he just left them there. And every time we had to clean on Saturdays, I said, can't you just get rid of it? Why the hell do we have every Saturday we have to clean this? And I said, you'll clean it. And our room just stank after, but again, you're thinking, hey, it's two young men, probably not.
That's not an excuse.
But no, he pissed in the Coke cans. We found out later, but he got really. At some point, we had to take his weapons away from him and stuff like that because he got a little loopy.
Well,
So
certainly. And isn't that difficult? Like, I don't have the equipment for that, but I feel like that's a lot
yes,
of
it
work.
is, because it's a very small hole. It's a water bottle when you are not in active mode. Yeah, you can put it in there. Just don't make it fill it out because you'll overpressure it. But again, because we have most Europeans have turtlenecks. We don't get rid of the turtleneck when you're a kid, so you can just put it in, and the turtleneck will make sure it doesn't go all over the place. But it's still
nice?
really, really weird. And again, I wouldn't put my turtleneck into a soda can. It can cut it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Ew.
Things people do.
Posters all over
But
the
like,
walls.
wait. Was this in the girls' room though? Was the girl the one that was?
No, he snuck
The boy.
in apparently into her house, into her room, and slept underneath her table. And they did meth.
I heard the meth stuff, and I was like, oh, what a great character she is. Both of them.
Figurines, collectibles, and stuff on shelving units.
After leaving Tara's bedroom, what part of the home did you go to next?
I walked back out into the hallway area, into the dining room, and then to the primary bedroom.
And in the primary bedroom, what were your observations?
So walking into the primary bedroom, you are met. It's like a little walkway with walls on both sides, and then it opens up into the entire bedroom. The bed is located on the south wall, which is to your right, and there was items kind of strewn about, messy. There were safes located on the east wall of the room that were opened and basically empty. There was nothing left in them. And then there was items in the bathroom doorway that was kind of like restricting access to be able to walk into the restroom area. And then just like papers that you would normally see, like kept somewhere, like your deed to your home, and licensing. I think it was like a concealed handgun license, and other things. I can refer to my notes if you want specifics, but just random paperwork just kind of laying around, looked out of place.
And you said that the safes were open and were empty.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, after you do your walkthrough, what do you do next as part of your investigation?
So we initially went to the decedent was our next evaluation.
And where was the decedent located?
She was laying on the bed, kind of, so the headboard of the bed was facing south and the footboard was facing north, and she was laying east to west across the bed.
Okay. And at any point during your investigation, did you identify the decedent?
Yes, we did.
And what was her name?
Tammy King.
Okay. Now, what state was Mrs. King in when you saw her?
So we were unable to see a lot of her. Basically, the majority of her upper torso had been covered with linens. So we were unable to initially see any type of injuries or assess her condition. But EMS had already said that there was no signs of life, so we knew she was deceased.
Now, when you say there was a lot of linens on top of her, did those appear to be in a normal way that you would have linens on your bed when you would sleep, or did they appear to look like something else?
No, the linens appear to be placed after the Miss King was deceased.
Now, after you looked and made an evaluation of Mrs. King, where did you go next?
We backed out of the residence and waited for a search warrant.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
And was that search warrant ultimately obtained?
Yes, it was.
And so once that...
A pissoir is the name for an outdoor. Well, that's what you would call when you don't have a toilet but you just have something to piss in. That's a pissoir. So if you go into a pissoir, it's for men.
So like a
search warrant
bucket.
is obtained, what do you do?
So we start with photography. We want to document the scene in its entirety as it was when we arrived. So I start on the exterior of the home and I do what we call overall, mid-range, and close-up. So overall is just basically kind of give...
If live chat freezes, go up and change it from all or live or whatever you had it on and shift it again, and it should be moving. And then that should fix it.
Kind of gives you a picture of what we see with our eyes. Mid-range will show anything that we see that could potentially be of importance to kind of show spatial relation between items on scene. And then close-ups is anything that we identify that we want to get really good photographs of up close. So I start with that on the exterior and then move in and do the same on the interior.
Now, do you know roughly how many photos you took at 4723 15th Street in Big Cliff?
It was roughly about 1,000 photos.
Now, in order to get a good sense of the scene, would somebody need to look at all 1,000 photos?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Your Honor, may I approach? I'm handing you what's been marked.
That would be me. Any complaints go through Jamie.
States 119 through 318. We take a glance at these and let me know if you recognize them.
All last for the jury? They give me everything on the spot.
We look at these 200 photographs and different objections.
Just like a objection. They give me everything on the spot. They look over everything.
And I'll show all the photographs.
A few months before, we really enjoyed playing golf. Yeah. And apparently, when we were there,
They seem to have a nice relationship, the lawyers. Now they're talking about going on Christmas vacation.
Isn't that sweet?
I hate those baby water bottles.
What old baby water bottles?
On the right side of the screen. Kind of like the same we had in the last trial.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Not enough water.
Enter the courtroom. We have a witness on the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I reapproach the witness?
Yes.
Investigator Martin, where we left off is I handed you a rather thick stack of images to review. Have you reviewed these images?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Do you recognize them?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And have they been changed or altered in any way other than the sticker added by the state?
No, ma'am.
Now, Your Honor, statement to admit states 119 through
318.
318, you're right, Your Honor. I previously tendered to voting counsel.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, states 119 through 318 will be admitted.
Now, Investigator Martin, may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Investigator Martin, we spoke earlier that you took roughly 1,000 photos on scene at Mrs. King's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do these roughly 200 photos give a good cross-section for the jury to observe the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, while these are admitted evidence for the jury, can we get the picture of the scene by showing fewer of these images?
Yes, ma'am.
No problem. Let's start with states 121. Can you let us know what portion of the home we're looking at here?
And so that is on the south side of the residence, where the picnic table is. The window right above that is the primary bathroom window.
So the one we're looking at right here, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we see that it is daylight in these images. Was it daylight when you first arrived on scene?
No, ma'am, it was not.
In states 139, is this a better image of what the scene looked like when you first arrived?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what portion of the home is this?
This is the front portion of the home that faces the roadway, with the driveway to your left and then the front door kind of in the center of the photograph.
Moving to step 146 and 147, what are you documenting here?
I am documenting the primary restroom window where it had been broken and entered.
Now, in stage 165, what are we documenting?
This is at the rear of the residence. The door that I spoke of that was inside the utility room that led to the outside, this is that back door.
And in 166, what are we looking at here?
There was a small window in the middle of the door that had been broken. I was just documenting the damage.
And in 167, can you explain this image to us a little bit?
And so that shows that the door is ajar, but that as far as the door would open.
And is this the back door you spoke of earlier that had a washer or dryer in front of it?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And so after you fully document the exterior of the home, you stated that you document the interior in a similar way, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Now on page 177, what are we looking at?
That's the exterior of the residence. There is a carport kind of adjacent to the residence, almost connected, that is enclosed kind of with brown, like tarp material kind of curtains.
And inside that carport area, what was in there?
Just random stuff that you would store in like a utility shed, like bicycles and lawnmowers, just things that you would typically find in like a storage shed.
And within the same room, what else was there? What are we looking at?
So that is documents that were located on top of that wooden, I guess, kind of table that was also inside that little storage area.
And in 179, can you let us know what you're documenting or why this was notable for you?
So there was a name present on the document. I was just documenting the name.
And while you're documenting, other than Mrs. King and maybe Tara who lives in the home, do you really know anything about what has occurred at this point, or you're just documenting first?
No, ma'am, I don't know anything that's occurred. I'm just documenting at this point.
All right. In page 184, what are we looking at?
So that is a photograph of the living room area of the residence from the, I guess, foyer or front door of the residence, just inside the front door.
And earlier when I asked you what was of note in this room, some of the things you stated, correct me if I'm wrong, was the dog food and some cards, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
You should have a laser pointer next to you. Are you able to utilize that and let us know where those items are in this image, if you can see them?
Sure. Okay, so there is the bag of dog food here, and then the cards and other items that look to be like purse contents were here on the floor just east of this coffee table.
And is that what we see in 186? Is that a little bit better of a view?
Yes, ma'am, right here.
And in 188, what are we looking at?
So this is between the sofa and like end table. In between there were some firearms kind of stored in between the couch and the Christmas tree.
And I want to go back to that a little bit. In 188, can we see what this is towards the kind of bottom middle of 188? Are we able to?
I think it was something with post-war prosperity words or post-war prosperity something, where he had to check off words like the baby boom and stuff like that. Yeah, other stuff like that. The GI Bill wasn't, because apparently that was pre-kerfuffle. I don't know.
Know what it is, or would a closer picture be helpful?
Yeah, a closer picture would be helpful.
No.
I don't want to speak.
No, it was his homework from third period.
Let's look at 6190.
Yeah, so that is a like purse with prescription bottles.
And was there anything of note about this purse that you observed while at the home?
Yes, there was a red substance on the purse, which appeared to be blood, and then later was a presumptive test was conducted, and it tested positive for blood.
And ultimately, did y'all collect that purse?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm approaching you, Investigator Martin, with what's been temporarily marked as States 91. Will you look at this item and let me know if you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How do you recognize it?
It has my writing, the case number, as well as the original seal on the packaging with my initials and the date.
And does it appear to have been altered or tampered with in any way other than maybe some more evidence stickers?
No.
I'm so sorry to you're on it, but thank you. But if you have some gloves, would you be able to open this and make sure that you also recognize the contents within it?
Yes.
And does that appear to be what we were discussing in States 190?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, statement moved to admit States 91. If Mr. Ryder would like to come look at it, I don't want to touch it. Don't have gloves on.
No, I'm good, Judge. I have no objection.
States 91 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, may I ask this witness to hold up the item and show the jury?
Yes.
Would you do that for us, please, Mr. Martin? And can you point to us on this item where that presumptive blood was?
It was in this location.
Now, you go ahead and close that up for me. Thank you. Patterns where this purse was located.
No, ma'am.
Was there any blood or blood-appearing substances that were located anywhere in the living room?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Was there blood located anywhere else inside the home?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Where was that?
In the primary bedroom.
Okay, so it is now noon, and I like to stay consistent if possible. So let's go ahead and take our lunch break, and we will see you back here at 1.
All right, sir.
So now it was lunch break for about an hour and a half, but we don't have to wait that long because we can just skip along. Not much to this. It's just whatever it is. It's just getting pictures in of what they found, and then they're gonna round it out later and say, this is what we believe it shows.
Sounds good.
What it
Murder
was,
case?
it was a bag she found at the crime scene with some blood spatter on it that she showed. If that's what you asked about. Yeah, if not a 4% is not a good day.
4% what, Swager?
Jamie, stop being
Oh.
mean.
Boy,
already
oh boy, she's having a rough day.
You already scared Brandon away.
Oh yeah, where's he been?
Well, he went to the ER 2 days ago, so he was here for a very little bit yesterday.
Hope he hasn't been in the ER for 2 days. That's the worst case scenario, man.
And Empire is kicking it off and going to bed. Yeah, perfect timing. Now you can start up when you come out of hiding in 8 hours. I believe the next witness, this isn't even that long when we think, no, that's not the next witness, but then this guy comes in his pink prison garb. You can't see it. It's going to be another hour and a half. Then the snitch, the one who was arrested with them, the meth dealer, is coming. He looks weird.
Is she testifying against this guy?
No, she hasn't been arraigned yet. I think they're going to try and use him to pressure her. Because the guy who sold them the El Dorocos and hid the weapons, he's already taken a plea deal for 10 years. So I think I think that's their tactic, is to try and get him convicted, and then they can bring him back as a witness against her.
Good plan.
Hey, Skybill. It's a low Swaysha day today, Jamie. Sorry, I can't play any Swaysha sound. Oh, do you know I have found I have this now.
What?
You couldn't hear that I played someone laughing?
No.
What the hell? I hope people outside there could hear it, because I think it's funny. I'm fooling around. Oh, they can hear it, Jamie. I don't know why your audio is not the same as audio.
That's the thing. I think our audio, something with our audio, because when you muted and left, you muted the sound on the video for me. I could still see it, but I just couldn't hear the sound. The minute you came back, it came back on.
But if I'm doing this, well, you don't know because I wasn't playing a video, but if I mute it on the microphone, let me just start. We're going to do, because I put it in private chat, but you don't look. Let's try and see. Then I'm going to mute it on the microphone when this is going.
Where we left off, we were going through some of the photos that you took on scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that take the audio away?
No.
Good. Then I know I don't do the mute on the button. I do the mute on the mic. Thank you, Jamie.
Okay. Yeah.
Do I have a face slap button? I have a.
What is that? Face slap button?
I have a gasp button.
Yeah, I assumed it only muted for me because no one was complaining in chat that they couldn't hear anything. So.
Oh. I don't know. I hope it's good, but I don't know why it won't share the reactions. I'm doing a lot of testing in the background.
Yeah, I figured.
I can hear the emotes, so. But let's get back to this lovely. We don't know. No. Sorry, I'm late. They arrested a woman in Cast in Fabian's case. They took her car too. I don't know what that case is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
We don't know. You heard this one, yeah, but Jamie didn't hear that one either. So I have to. Me and Grok is gonna have some some long nights hanging out. Let's get back to all of this.
Now, earlier we looked at some of the cards that were left on the floor. Is that what we are looking at in states 193?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And in general, could you tell what types of cards these were?
Not initially. A lot of them were face down. Couldn't tell by the backs of them what exactly they were. But once we collected the evidence, then we were able to see what they were.
And with these cards, whose driver's license did you find?
Tammy King.
And is this Tammy King we see in this driver's license, is that the same Tammy King who is deceased in her bedroom?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Zoom in a bit. Earlier you were speaking to us about a blue Tupperware that has some sort of substance in it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you're talking about in this picture?
Yes, ma'am, that's it.
Now in stage 217, where are we in the home and what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph in the storage/utility room that I was speaking of that was full of the items, but with the walkway that you could get through.
And where would the walkway be in stage 217?
It's right here directly in front of me here, but those items look to be kind of toppled over, blocking the end of that walkway.
And where would the door be in this image?
The door is here.
And earlier you talked about the kind of washer dryer looked like it had been moved. Can you explain kind of what we're looking at in stage 219?
Sure, so this is walking up that walkway. Those are the items that you saw kind of toppled over, blocking the end of it and blocking the doorway as well. I would assume that the appliances would be aligned, but this appliance, which is the dryer, was pulled forward, blocking a portion of that doorway.
Did that seem to be where all of this stuff, like we're seeing in 221, typically would be?
Unfortunately, I had never been to this residence before, so I don't know how the residence was set up prior to my arrival on that date, but I would assume to utilize the appliances that those items wouldn't be up against the dryer door.
And it's part of your job as an investigator, like you said, you haven't been to these locations before, but it's part of your job to look for things that may be out of place.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And so is that something that you noted as this might be out of place?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right, in stage 226, what are we identifying?
Excuse me. This is a photograph in the hallway that we spoke about that led to the 2 bedrooms, one belonging to Tara, and then the restroom area. This is at the corner. This leads out into the dining room here, and then this is the door that goes into Tara's bedroom. This is just outside.
And what do we see on top of kind of all that stuff in the center of 226?
It was a magazine to a firearm.
And in stage 227, was there anything unique or on this magazine?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
There was a black permanent marker with the initials JK at the bottom of the magazine.
And through your investigation, did you learn who JK was?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who was JK?
It was Tammy King's husband, who was deceased, I think, a year or 2 prior to this date.
So it had previously belonged, or had markings of the initials of this King's husband, is that correct?
Yes.
Now in stage 232, what room is this?
This is the room at the west end of the hallway adjacent to Tara's bedroom, next to the restroom.
Is this the room you talked about that just kind of was used as more storage, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So was there anything of evidentiary value that you located within that storage room?
No, ma'am, there was not.
Now in 238, which room is this?
This is Tara King's bedroom.
And is 239 a continuation of that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And same with 240?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, Martin, in the photos in the master bedroom, do some of the photos in this stack depict Mrs. King?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And so we know that they're in there, but the jury can look at those on their own level. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So in general, in states 244, is this an overview of Mrs. King's room?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And what, if anything, is significant about kind of this view that you see?
So as I described earlier, the setup of the bedroom, the headboard here is along the south wall, the footboard is here, and then this is Tammy King here, and this is the upper torso and head area of her with the linens.
Now, you also spoke about something else that was significant within Mrs. King's bedroom, and I believe that was some safes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in states 47, are you able to direct the jury where those safes were?
Yeah, so they were located here along the east wall of the bedroom in the back corner just outside of the door to the primary bathroom.
And is this a safe that you
Stop fiddling with your, what's it called, lozenge and whatever paper.
said looked like, for the most part, is empty?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall, was this safe one that used a key or a combination lock, or do you know?
I'm unsure.
No problem. Now, at some point while you're taking photos, is Miss King transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, ma'am, she is.
Do you take more photos after Miss King has been transported?
Yes, ma'am.
Before I get to that, you stated earlier there were some papers and things strewn about. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at in states 257?
So this is a corner bedpost of Tammy King's bed, and then this was sitting on top, kind of halfway on the bed, halfway on the bedpost.
And then also in states 260, what are we looking at?
That is the floor area next to the bed, and it said house deed and info, and then other looks like something from the DMV's office.
And then in states 258, what is this?
That is a safe that was located at the corner of Miss King's bed.
When you say the corner of Mrs. King's bed, was it sitting on her bed?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. Now, in states 263, what do we see in this photo?
That is the nightstand. That is going to be on the east side of the bed. So if you're looking at the bed, it's going to be on the left-hand side.
And are there any drugs or anything in this photo?
Yes, there are.
What is there?
Marijuana.
Can you use your laser pointer and show us where that marijuana is?
It's located here on these paper plates.
And in state 264, I apologize, what are we documenting?
I think that he's just kind of like we saw it in the other case. He's making notes for his lawyer. I don't think there's anything else really to it. He's been taking notes all the time. Maybe his lawyer has told him, if you want to kind of look like you are occupied or something, it's a good way to show the jury that you're paying attention. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd be writing and making lists of just random stuff if I was doing this. I'd be so bored.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't a lot of MJ they left behind, but they left money behind. That's weird to me. But again, we are talking about crimes done on crack. Normally not the smartest people.
Yeah.
And this is just a photograph of one, but there was multiple white pills located on the floor of the bedroom, just kind of scattered around. So I took photos of those pills.
And did you identify those pills by chance?
No, I did not.
Okay. In states 266, what are you looking at?
This is the safe that we talked about earlier that was open and pretty much empty. This is a smaller safe next to it with more paperwork just kind of on the floor in front of those safes.
Now, while you're documenting, do you have any way of knowing what, if anything, was previously in the safes?
No, I do not.
And is 267 another image of that same safe?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
In 274, what are you documenting?
So there was a small closet area kind of next to the safes. I think you can kind of see it in the other picture as well. And this was just full of like plastic containers and things that housed ammunition for firearms.
Now, earlier we talked about
That's a question for Sue.
Sue's gonna beat you.
No, Sue said earlier that her husband said I should be meaner to her because I was treating her too well. He
Okay.
really what I read it that way. Did I miss something? Sorry. A new Thursday stream. What? What's a new Thursday stream? It's Thursday today? Yes, it's Thursday today.
Yes.
See, Jamie, she knows. Crack is a combination. I need to get the new chatbot so that all of those commands pops on the screen too. Jamie, there's a lot to do. You should really help me.
the person in the living room having some, what appeared to be blood spatter on it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said there was blood located in other places in the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you remind us where that was?
It was on the bed of Tammy King.
And were there multiple items that had blood on them?
Yes, so how we initially identified that some sort of bloodletting event had happened is there was personal items around the body, like a phone charger and water bottles and stuff that had some blood stains on them.
Is that what we are looking at in states 281?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we saw a minute ago there were some pills on the floor, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there also prescriptions located throughout the house or no?
Yes, ma'am, there were.
Okay. Was there anything else of note that you located within Mrs. King's room? That was a very broad question, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. Once you identified, as you said, there was a bloodletting event, did you find any weapons or anything that goes with weapons within Mrs. King's room besides the safe?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you locate?
So we located a live round, which is basically just the ammo itself that's unfired. We located 2 live rounds, 22 LR, which is a 22 caliber long rifle ammunition, on the floor of the bedroom, one on the floor of the bedroom, and then one kind of nestled in a pile of clothing that was in front of one of the armoires that was along the west wall. I also found a spent 5.56 casing underneath her bed near the head, I guess, of the bed, the headboard of the bed on the floor underneath. And then we also found a tote that had multiple firearms inside the tote in her bedroom as well. And then the closet with the containers of ammunition. And I think there was maybe a firearm or 2 that was in that open safe.
So when we're talking about live ammunition versus spent casing, making sure I understand what you said, live ammunition is going to be an unfired round, and a spent casing is going to be the remainder of a fired round. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And you stated the 2 live rounds were 22 caliber and the spent was 5.56. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Generally, what's the difference there?
If we're just talking about size in reference to ammunition, a 22 caliber ammunition is much smaller in size than a 5.56 ammunition, which is going to be more of a longer.
Again, I don't do much research when we just go into these cases. I just do the bare minimum so I can kind of tell you what's going on. But apparently, The story is that they were high on meth or crack, and then they just got in a fight and pew-pewed her. That's I don't think they planned any of this, and then they just said, "Hey, we need some monetos because we need more crack. Gotta have that sweet rock." And then they just stole what they could and then ran out of the house. And they, if you remember yesterday, they were at that other guy's house and they apparently went full psycho and just believed that everyone was trying to bash down the door and stuff like that. So it's probably not the smartest people. Yes, her husband used to own, I think, 3 Pew Pew stores. Only one? I thought it was 3, but I might.
High-powered ammunition as opposed to a 22 caliber.
So, generally speaking, would these 2 calibers of ammunition come from 2 different types of weapons?
Not necessarily. You can have a 22 caliber rifle, and you can have a 5.56 rifle. So you wouldn't have a 5.56 handgun, I guess, unless it would be like an AR pistol. But they could both come from the same type of firearm, but the 5.56 ammunition is going to be more high-powered than a 22.
So could they come from the same type of firearm, but would they come from the same firearm?
No, they would not be fired from the same firearm.
Okay. Now, in States 292, what are we looking at?
That is the floor of Tammy King's bedroom, that just north of the footboard. On the floor, that's the 22 LR ammunition that I discovered. That is the live round, so it hasn't been fired.
Sierra, may I approach this?
Yes.
Investigator Martin, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as States 116. I'm not going to it, don't worry. But do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my case number, my name, and then my initials and date on the original seal of the evidence.
Now, other than some stickers from the state and the lab, does it appear to have been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, State's going to move to admit States 116 to agree to opposing counsel.
Objection.
States 116 will be admitted.
And Investigator Martin, what is States 116?
It is the 22 round that was located on the floor.
So it's the physical item that we are seeing in States 292, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Black Diamond.
And then you stated you also found another live round, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness again?
Yes.
Similarly, I have handed you what's been marked as States 118. We let me know if you recognize this item.
Yes, I do.
And then question, how do you recognize it?
It has the case number, my name, and my initials and date on the original seal.
And other than any stickering added by the state or the lab, does it appear to have been altered in any way?
No, it has not.
Your Honor, statement is to admit States 118.
No objection.
If there are no objections, States 118 will be admitted.
Investigator Martin, what is States 118?
It is the live round that was located and collected from the pile of clothing in front of the armoire along the west wall.
Is that what we see in States 312?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, you also stated that you found a shell casing for a spent round. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was that 5.56 caliber?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what we are looking at in States 308?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, how can you tell that this is a spent casing?
Because all that's left once you fire ammo out of a firearm is the casing that actually holds the ammunition itself. That no longer has the ammunition. You can tell by the empty hole on the end of the casing that's photographed.
And now in States 311, where would this shell casing be inside States 311?
It is not pictured, just the evidence placard is pictured because the evidence is under the bed near the...
Not only is Miss Jessica a pistol, she also knows her pistols. Yeah, there's a lot of people in chat who'll stop by who used to don the Queen's uniform or whatever you put on your uniform for. And a lot of people who are enthusiastic hobby pew pewers. It's always nice to know. I know how to use them. I don't know much about them. I'm just a dumb grunt. So whatever you gave me, I would just point it at someone and press the trigger.
The headboard.
And if we zoom out, and I'm using my hand to cover Mrs. King, where in relation to Mrs. King was this shell casing?
It was probably around this area here, under the bed.
And would that be towards Mrs. King's feet or head?
Her head.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Martin, I'm going to enforce and temporarily mark his case 117. Will you let me know if you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my case number, my name, and then my initials and date on the original seal.
And other than any markings by the lab or the state exhibit sticker, does it appear to have been altered with in any way?
No, it has not been.
Your Honor, state moves to admit case 117.
No objection.
Case 117 will be admitted.
Investigator Martin, what is case 117?
It is the spent round that's collected from underneath the bed.
Now, once you have completed documentation and collection at 4723 15th Street, what is the next step in your part of the investigation?
So prior to collection of the evidence, we contact the medical examiner to make location. The decedent or Miss Tammy King is untouched until the medical examiner arrives. So prior to collecting any evidence so that the medical examiner can see the scene in its totality, we contact and allow him to make scene first before we do any collection.
Now, while you were collecting evidence, is it you that typically picks it up and puts it in bags, or how does that work?
No, it's usually a team effort. We'll have someone that is scribing, which is writing down on the pad everything that is collected, and then the time that it's collected, who collected it, and then it's typically a joint effort. Someone will collect the evidence and someone will hold the packaging open in order to get the evidence inside. So it's a team effort, not just one person.
Now, is best practice for evidence to be collected from where it was, or do people move evidence to bring it somewhere?
No, it's best practice to collect evidence from its location, from its original location.
Was there anything collected in this case that another officer brought to you?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
It was a note that I believe Detective Rodriguez had found the note in Tara's bedroom and brought it to me physically.
And did you document that note as well?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Investigator Martin, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as case 494. It's 2 pages. Will you let me know if you recognize these items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
They're the photographs that I took of the document that was brought to me on scene.
Does it appear to have been altered in any way?
No, ma'am, it has not been.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 494.
No objection.
Stage 494 will be admitted.
Investigator Martin, is the note legible in states 494?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And did you read it when you observed it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Ultimately, does it have anything to do with the death of Mrs. King, or is it mostly Tara talking about her family and the people in her life?
Yeah, it had nothing in regards to any criminal activity.
So once the medical examiner investigator arrives, what do you do next?
We typically go with the medical examiner through the scene, kind of give him a walkthrough as we're done when we first arrive on scene, and let him know like what we found. He takes his photographs, and then we move to the body, and then do any type of documenting, collection, or anything from the body area, and then he does his thorough investigation, and then once the body car arrives, the body car will remove the decedent.
And so were you with the medical examiner investigator when he was examining Mrs. King?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you observe any injury to Mrs. King?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you observe?
She had what appeared to be a gunshot wound to the left side of her head.
After observing the medical examiner investigator with Mrs. King and waiting on, as you said, the body car to arrive, what comes next for you and your team?
So we'll finish collecting any evidence that is uncollected at that time. We'll do a couple final, what we call final walkthroughs, just to make sure that we've retrieved everything, we didn't miss anything, nothing else sticks out, nothing else that needs to be collected. And then once the body is removed from its original location, I take photographs of where the body was at without it being present.
And once that part is completed, what comes next?
We'll kind of do like a debrief at the end, and make sure that everything has, like, all the steps have been completed. And then once we ensure that all the steps have been completed, then we clear the scene and take the evidence back to the office.
And does all of the evidence go back to the office, or does sometimes it go different places?
No, so unfortunately in this case, there were multiple linens that were removed from Tammy King, and we have a sterile drying cabinet that we use. Unfortunately, it wasn't big enough to house all of the linens that were removed from her. So we did have an investigator transport some of those linens to the medical examiner's office, where they have multiple drying cabinets where we were able to dry those without any type of cross-contamination taking place.
And once those items are dried, what do you do with them?
So in this instance, we dried, I think, one of the sheets at our office, and then the remaining sheets and clothing at the medical examiner's office. They called to let us know, I believe it was the following day or 2 days after, that they were dry. So we went, we picked them up, put the dried items back into the original packaging that it was collected in, brought it down to the office, and then I processed those items.
When you say you process those items, what does that mean?
So,
Is it me or is she just weirdly relaxing in the chair? She's just having the greatest time.
Yeah, she's just swinging around, you know.
Yeah. Let's talk about all the stuff that I picked up from a dead woman's bedroom, and then blah, 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 blah.
instead of sending the entire sheet to the lab, if we were going to choose to process them at a later date, I went ahead and decided to do DNA swabs of any stains that were located on these sheets. So I took the sheets one by one in the laboratory and did DNA swabs on each sheet to have for further submission if need be.
And do you also document this process with photographs?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is the jury able to get a good sense of these sheets and what they look like from photographs versus bringing in the full sheet?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And Mr. Arnott, show me what's been marked as states 319 through 336. I believe you previously had an opportunity to review these. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize them?
They're photographs that I took while processing the sheets.
And do they appear to have been altered in any way?
No, ma'am, they do not.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 319 through 336.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, states 319 through 336 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Investigator Martin, are there multiple sheets that you document with these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of staining or items did you observe on these sheets?
So there were multiple sheets that you would put on your bed. There was also a thin blanket, also a shirt, a white kind of spaghetti strap shirt, and then if I recall, the brand Yogi-O, I think. I ended up looking it up so that I could document it properly, and it looks to be like some sort of cover that you would use for a special beanbag chair almost.
And it states 323 and it states 327. Are these some of the staining that you were talking about earlier?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And is that documented throughout the course of these photos, 319 through 336?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And did a few or many of the sheets have this sort of staining on them?
Majority of the sheets have that stain on them. Yes, ma'am, that was.
Where was that?
I want to say it was 310 Waco in Leaf City. I believe the apartment number was 106.
And so it's an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know why it was that you went there?
Well, I was contacted by Detective Bernard, and he said that Tammy King's granddaughter and her boyfriend had went to this location and left behind some personal items that they wanted crime scene to document and collect.
And when you went there, what did you observe?
So initially walking into the apartment, there was a stack of personal belongings that were identified by the person who resided in the apartment to belong to Tara King and her boyfriend. And then he directed us towards a bedroom. The apartment was 2-bedroom. I guess this was an extra room of his that they slept in that also contained personal items from them. and then there was only one bathroom in the apartment, kind of shared between the two bedrooms, and there was also items in there that he brought to our attention belonged to them as well.
And for the most part, was that apartment tidy or more messy?
No, the apartment was unkept.
And how did you document the apartment?
Through photography.
You're a man, Rich. 97. I believe again you had the opportunity to.
I can't even use a typewriter. I couldn't imagine having to do the stenography. That must be so hard.
Review these images. Do you recognize them?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize them?
Those are the photographs I took on that day.
And are they a true and accurate depiction of what they purport to be?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 337 through 397.
No objection.
Those will be admitted?
And may I follow, Your Honor?
Yes.
Investigator Martin, is this the front of the apartment in which you searched that day?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, in states 342, we let the jury know what, if anything, is pertinent in this picture.
Okay, so the initial picture, it was this door. So this is the front of the apartment. And then as you walk into the apartment, this is where I said he had placed a lot of the personal items on the back of the couch.
And when you say he, do you know who that was?
I believe his name was Christian.
Was he the owner of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
And in stage 344, are you able to tell the jury what it is that we're observing here?
So this is in the dining room area of the apartment. There was also personal items that he had kind of gathered up and placed on the kitchen table and then on the chair here as well.
And what are some of those items that you can see?
This plastic container it houses ammunition is here. There was a rifle bag. I think it had 2 firearms in it. And then another plastic container. I know one of these was empty. I think it was the darker colored one that was empty, and this one still had ammunition in it. And then this plastic bag had a lot of trash from hair dye boxes and things that come inside those hair dye boxes.
And if I zoom in on that first clear container, was there anything identifiable on that container?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
It was the initials JK in the black permanent marker.
Thank you, Karen, for buying a corner kiss and just saying, hi, Baker. Hi, Karen.
Is it the same manner of initials that we saw earlier on item 5, the 22 magazine?
Yes, ma'am. It was.
What is it we are looking at in stage 347 here?
So this is from the corner in the, I guess you would call it the guest bedroom of the apartment. This is the air mattress that Mr. Christian said that they had utilized while they were staying there.
And in stage 355, what are we looking at?
This is a firearm that was located in the closet of that same bedroom.
So we see that there is that long bag in the dining room area, and then there's also this firearm in the closet. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Now, in stage 357, what are we looking at?
So this is a photograph of a restaurant bag from Chipotle, and it has the name Tara K. I assume using DoorDash.
And you mentioned the plastic bag full of boxes, and you said that that was all hair dye and things, correct?
Correct, hair dye, hair, and things to apply the hair dye.
And we see the edge of that gun bag again, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever heard them get any other takeout than Taco Bell? It's always Taco Bell.
Baker's favorite.
Yeah, well, only if I'm taking a girl out for a nice dinner, you know. Hey, Lucy. But again, it's.
God.
We heard yesterday all of her PayPal thingies or whatever, Venmo, all of it was just Taco Bell. Cause it's cheap as hell. Wouldn't
Not
it be
anymore,
cheaper?
by the way.
Yeah, first of all, yeah, it's getting more expensive, but wouldn't it be cheaper? They went and bought all of this hair dye equipment. Just pick up some. You can get some food at Walmart. I've been in a Walmart. I know they have some food in there, not a lot. You might be lucky; they'll have a Twinkie or maybe a Quest bar, but you can get food at a Walmart. I know it. I've been to one of them. That's how I know. Shacks behave.
Sean. Jesus.
No, I'm not saying anything.
Now inside that gun bag, will you let us know what we're looking at?
Yeah, so those are the firearms that were inside when we opened up the bag.
And can you tell how many firearms there are?
It looks to be 3 from the photo.
No, we saw yesterday that they was photographed outside of the Walmart, so they went there. I'm so jealous. I want all of these, Jamie, but we're not allowed to have fun things in Denmark.
You're mesmerized by the evidence photos. Oh my God.
Celestial Force, I'll have to disagree. I know a real Mexican. Her name is Irish. And she have told me if I want the closest experience to going to Tijuana and eating authentic Mexican food, you must go to a Taco Bell. She said it's absolutely not worth it to go to a taco truck or go to a mom and pop shop. Taco Bell, for her, spells Mexico. M-I-X-I-C-O, M-I-X-I-C-O, and Taco Bell is the name. Weird song, but she sang it all the time while we were in Copenhagen. So from an authentic Mexican. Yeah.
Oh my God. I can't wait for her to hear this.
No, but you can. Why go home and then get some DoorDash if you're afraid of the popo finding you? Buy some Twinkies and a 6-pack of Dr. Pepper, and then you have some pee bottles after.
Can you kind of generally show the jury where each of those 3 firearms is?
Sure, it looks like a handgun here, and then a long gun here, and a long gun here.
Earlier we spoke about that ammunition box. Is that those initials you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And that's in States 362. Now, what are we documenting in States 363?
This was a pill bottle that was with all of the items that he said belonged to those 2 individuals.
Now, was there a name observable on this item?
There was not a full name. The last name King, I believe, was on the bottle, but I don't believe there was a first name.
And are you able to see any writing that says what it's for?
It looks to say chest pain on it, and then blood something. I don't know what that is. And then more, I would assume, would be morning.
So were you able to see what type of prescription this was for?
I don't believe that it said that. I could refer back to my photos or my notes, but I don't believe the type of medication was left on the label. It had been removed.
That was my next question. Can we tell that there's something kind of taken away from the bottom of this?
Yes, ma'am.
But it looks to be that it's something for the morning for chest pain, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And prescribed to somebody with the last name King.
Correct.
Now, States 374, where is this and what are we looking at?
This is the countertop in the restroom area that I spoke about.
And what are those, that red document, what is that?
That is instructions from a hair dye box.
And what do we see in States 382?
Those were scissors that were also located on the counter.
And was there also hair and things observed?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Now, through your training experience, did you come to a conclusion of what anything had been done in that bathroom?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
It looked to be as if someone gave themselves a haircut and color.
Now in states 387, what is this that we're looking at?
So there was a small kind of end table located, or entertainment center bookshelf thing located in the bedroom, the secondary bedroom, and this was located on top of that.
And did you take photos of both sides of this item?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Could you tell what this item was?
Initially, I could tell just through experience that it was a Cash App card, I believe.
Okay. And in states 388, who does this Cash App card belong to?
It has the name Tammy King on it.
Now in states 396, what room is this?
This is the room where Christian said that the two individuals were staying.
And what all do we see kind of in general on the right-hand side of this photo?
So this is going to be the little desk entertainment center I was speaking about that had the Cash App card on it.
Okay. And can you tell what any of these bottles are on the right?
See, Jamie, there's a doggo.
Where? God.
They left
Poor
their
thing.
dog at her place. Or his place.
Aw.
Look at this, Paul. Again, I'm a single guy, but I would die if I lived in a house like this.
Oh, it's making me anxious. Like,
Yeah.
just
Oh,
empty bottles everywhere, cluttered, trash. Ugh.
Carly Kramer just sent me an email and asked if I would help her because she volunteers for a shelter. If I could help with maybe fundraising or something. Guess what type of animals they take in, Jamie?
What?
Guess why I've been sitting looking like this trying to reply to an email?
Reptiles?
She sent me pictures of effing snakes. I want to vomit.
I think she's messing with you.
No, she's not. She's actually, it's a rescue that is in dire need. They are at capacity, but don't send
At
me pictures of
capacity for
snakes.
snakes?
Yeah,
Really? I mean, I just never thought that would be a thing in this world.
yeah. I said I would be happy to share a link, but it's probably need to get to someone who's more animal oriented.
Yeah,
But,
Baker's not a snake guy.
No, I just saw what looked like one of those albino pythons, and I might need to go out and get some fresh air. I am. Oh,
Oh, I mean, I don't want them near me, but they're pretty.
oh, they are absolutely horrendous. And it's all reptiles. It's I couldn't. A Slave to You by Britney Spears when she did that at the MTV Awards. I didn't watch that.
I feel like everybody needs to start sending Baker skin
No,
snake, like
absolutely not.
snake skin, everything.
No, I am absolutely fine with I'm not getting booby pictures sent, but if anyone starts sending me snake pictures, I will turn this ship around and I will
No.
stop streaming.
No, I want you to have like a snake skin like vest or like some boots. That would be fun.
Jamie, I have to get out and get some air. I am actually feeling sick just because I saw a picture of a damn snake.
I want to say that these are liquor bottles.
Okay. And then what do we see in the floor area?
That's just a bunch of food place trash.
Now, once you documented and collected evidence from inside 310 Waco apartment 106, what was the next thing that you did?
So, unaware of what all took place, I wanted to go to the vehicle that Christian utilized and take photographs of that and see if I could find anything of evidentiary value in the vehicle.
And what vehicle was it that you took pictures of and looked at?
It was a white Jeep with like blue accents, like they can do something.
And did you find anything of evidentiary value inside Christian's Jeep?
No, I did find a receipt outside of the Jeep on the ground that I did end up collecting, but further found out I didn't have any evidentiary value.
Once that was completed, what was the next thing that you did as part of your investigation?
So, knowing that they were there for 2 days, I wanted to go and check the dumpster to see if anything of evidentiary value or anything notable had been thrown away.
And did you locate anything in the dumpster?
I did. I located a few items, socks, I believe, that looked to have some sort of substance on it. Later turned out not to be evidentiary, but those were collected.
So is it fair to say that you checked multiple things and then determined if it had evidentiary value or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
On that day, was there anything further that you did as part of the investigation?
I took photographs of the residents once we got done doing collection, and then transported the items that I collected back to the office for packaging and submission for proper storage.
After that, what comes next?
So we all met, the crime scene unit and the major crimes division sat down and had a meeting to determine what items we wanted to process, what processes we wanted to have done, as well as what items we wanted to process.
So you said you meet with the crime scene unit and major crimes. So is it fair to say that it's kind of a collaborative effort to determine what gets tested?
Correct, yes.
And what sort of things get tested in general, or what can get tested?
So the laboratory, the DPS Crime Lab, offers a wide variety of testing that can take place. DNA, friction ridge analysis, which is fingerprints, ballistic evidence, anything, you can test narcotics, just a wide variety of things that can get tested. Unfortunately, they do have a limit, so the purpose of the meeting is to sit down and decide collectively, as a team, the priority of the items that need to go initially because of that limit, and then determine later on if anything needs to go after that testing is completed.
And did you send anything off for testing in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You don't have to give me the full list, but what sorts of items did you send off for testing?
So we decided to send the purse, some firearms that were collected from the living room area, the 22 magazine that was collected from outside of Tara's bedroom. We also, Investigator Crow collected some pillows out of Tara's bedroom that looked to have blood on them, so we sent them as well. And the firearms were sent for ballistic and fingerprint processing, and then anything that had what appeared to be blood or bodily fluids on it was sent for DNA analysis.
Was that time, that initial first set of items, the only time that you or your agency sent something to the lab?
No, it was not.
When did you send anything else to the lab?
I could look at my notes for a specific date, but it was later on in the investigation as we got new information and things were determined. We made a determination to further send more items for testing.
Did a time come in which you obtained more evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
Well, I didn't, but...
when the agency obtained more?
Yes. A search was done of a storage unit, I assume, and things were collected from there and sent at a later date.
And ultimately, do you know where Uriah and Tara were apprehended, or were they apprehended in Galveston County?
No, to my knowledge, they were apprehended in Laredo.
And did the sheriff's office obtain any further evidence from Laredo?
Correct, yes. Detective Hudson obtained, I guess, the personal items that were located on their person. Whenever they were apprehended, they were collected by the, I believe, either the apprehending agency or the local agency, and then retained in their possession until we took possession.
And when you took possession of them, did you do anything with it?
Yes, ma'am, I photographed it.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as states 398 through 425. I believe you've had the opportunity to review these. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize them?
They're the photographs that I took.
Do they appear to have been altered or changed in any way?
No, ma'am, they have not.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 398 through 425.
No objection.
Those will be admitted?
Your Honor, may I call?
Yes.
All right. Investigator Martin, what are we looking at first in states 398?
So this box was initially closed. We opened it, but it looks to be some sort of apparatus that goes to maybe a firearm or like a scope of some sort.
Just some sort of firearm accessory.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Then it states 401. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
So this is a lot of just personal effects, a watch, a vape, a lighter on, I think what it's called is a lighter buddy that connects to your belt loops. This is a mechanical pencil set with different types of lead, a hat, and then also this here was a red dot sight, which is also an apparatus that can be affixed to a firearm.
And what is it that we see in the far right of state 401?
A watch. Oh, and some pocket knives, and then some beat headphones.
And in States 403, is this a better image of kind of some more items?
Yes, ma'am. That just includes more of the personal effects here, the pocket knives, a wall block to a phone charger. Looks like some sort of multi-tool here, deodorant, socks.
What are we looking at in States 405?
And that was a plastic box of ammunition.
And is this that same box closed?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Is that similar or different from the boxes located at Christian Atkins' home?
Similar.
Now in States 407, what are we looking at?
This is a prescription pill bottle with ammunition inside.
In States 408, what are we looking at?
This is some sort of bottle. I don't know if it's prescription or not. And then it looks like two ends of either restaurant straws or the straws that come in like the Yeti cups and the smaller ones, the shorter type of straws. Plastic pieces of some sort.
In States 409, what are we looking at?
This is a prescription pill bottle that was also found with the items with the name Jaden Landry on it.
And this may sound like a silly question. Was this property located with Jaden Landry or with someone else?
No, that property was located with Uriah and Tara.
What do we have in States 411?
This is a box with tissue paper with what looks to be a glass smoking pipe for narcotics.
And is there anything with that smoking pipe?
Yes, that's a small bag of narcotics, which I assume is, well, I'm not going to assume. It's just a bag of what appears to be narcotics.
And is that because ultimately you don't test what a narcotic is, that goes to the lab?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
But from your training experience, that appears to be narcotics?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at in States 412?
So that looks to be some sort of firearm holster, a knife sheath, and then what appears to be a wallet, and then I believe that's a money clip.
Same question. What are we seeing in States 413?
Those are firearm magazines.
Is there anything?
Did you miss the medical examiner? Yes, you did. She is about an hour back is when the medical examiner was there.
Identifiable or unique about these firearm magazines?
Yes, some of them have the same JK initials on them in the black permanent marker.
What are we looking at in States 418?
This is just more like personal effects items, a small little bag. I'm unsure what that is. Maybe a coin of some sort, charging cords. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's like maybe some sort of collector's coin, some change, just personal items, some gum. And then I believe those are like USB drives or lead. I can't remember.
And in States 420, what are we looking at here?
That's just those items removed, so those were in there. That's just laid out, and then there was change here in this thing, so we just laid that out to photograph it.
Now, could you tell, I know it's a little hard with how bright this photo is, could you tell, is this typical pocket change or is anything unique about these coins?
Yeah, so some of the coins were $50, and then I believe there was one gold dollar, if I'm not mistaken.
What are we looking at in
It's one of those questions I think that we will never be able to answer. Why people are doing that? It's what the hell popped over there? Oh, RJ just gifted a membership. That's why it popped in the corner. I thought, what the hell? And Venus Victor received a membership. Oh, I can pull memberships up now. Oh, how impressive!
Have fun.
Yeah, something good about the new system, if I even knew it. But we all know it's bad, but we also all know that everyone believes that, well, I can do it once and it's not going to hurt me. Come on now. It's, I'll just try it and then it'll be fine. And it's never going to be fine. And That's sadly how it goes for most people. Is just well, I thought it would be cool, and I thought it could be kind of fun just to try it, and then they'll end up living in squalor and in prison, if not dead.
Dates 421.
That was cash that was found and collected. I believe it was initially in this bag here.
Now, once you collected and documented those items, what came next in your investigation?
So those items were packaged and then submitted to property and evidence for proper storage.
After that, what, if anything, was your next part of the investigation?
Besides determining like further items of evidentiary value that needed to go to the lab for further processing, I just stayed apprised of the details, but that pretty much ends my involvement in the case, besides here today testifying.
Thank you. I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Agnew?
No questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stefan. Our next witness.
The state calls Officer Rodolfo Salinas. He did. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What is your name?
Rodolfo Salinas Jr.
Can you spell that for us?
RODOLFO for my first name. Last name is spelled SALINAS.
All right, and how are you currently employed?
Shouldn't meth addicts get high and then have a lot of energy to clean up all the mess? Come on now.
I'm currently employed with Metro PD for Houston Transit Authority. I was formerly employed with the Fair Police Department.
And so does that mean that you are a peace officer?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been a peace officer?
About 2 years now.
And you said you are currently with Houston Metro, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But previously you were with the Freer Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is Freer?
It's south of San Antonio, Texas, just an hour away from Laredo.
And about how far away from Houston is Freer?
From here about 6 to 7 hours.
Now, when you worked at Freer Police Department, what role did you have?
Patrol officer.
And as a patrol officer, did you work day shift or night shift?
Night shift.
When you worked night shift, what did you do?
Responding to calls, pulling over vehicles, the basics pretty much.
Do you recall the night of February 7th going into February 8th, 2025?
Yes.
Were you working that night?
Yes.
What was your assigned duties that night?
We had gotten a call about a capital murder case that happened in Galveston County. They were tracking them down via a cell phone tower.
Mm-hmm.
We were advised to be cautious because the people within the vehicle had weapons.
And so, with that information, what were you doing?
We were looking for. We didn't get enough information on the vehicle. We were just told to pull over vehicles coming out of Houston with the sorry, my mics.
You did.
To pull over vehicles with the probable cause to pull them over.
Is it fair to say you're a little nervous, Officer
Yeah,
Salinas?
sorry, it's my first time on the trial.
That was my question. Have you testified before?
No, it's my first time.
Okay. So, you were pulling over vehicles that you had probable cause to stop, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stop any vehicles that night?
Yes.
Do you recall how many vehicles you stopped?
Total of 3.
Do you recall what kinds of vehicles or roughly colors of vehicles?
Two sedans and 1 truck.
In those sedans, do you recall their colors?
2 of them are white.
So you had 2 white sedans.
Yes.
Now, while you were working that night, were you equipped with any sort of recording device?
Yes, my body cam.
And have you reviewed your body cam?
Yes.
You want to remain purchase witness?
Yes.
Of what's on this USB?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, statement to admit states 435.
That's a question he can't answer. He doesn't know. She has the USB. He just know it's the USB stick. He doesn't know what she done with it.
Okay.
435 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Here today. Now, Officer Salinas, before I press play, do you recall who you came in contact with that night that led us to be here today?
Yes.
Who was that?
The gentleman.
Okay. And did your body cam collect the entire interaction you had with the vehicle?
Yes.
Before I get started on it, what kind of view are we looking at here, officer?
Right now, it's just my patrol unit.
No, walking backwards is actually really good for your knees. So he's probably just training his knees.
I was already behind the white vehicle as I was running the license plate and giving my dispatch the area where I was at. Since it was a little bit outside the city limits, it was between Highway 44 and 15.
And what reason did you have to stop the white vehicle?
A flickering left tail light.
Pressing play on states 435 at 1 second. Is this you initiating your traffic stop?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna press pause real quick. In the top right corner, are you able to tell us what date and time this was?
February 8, 2025 at 12:45 a.m.
So just after midnight?
Yes.
Pressing play again on states 435 at 41 seconds.
Yeah, I really like the pace of this case. We are, of course, skipping a lot of it, but it just progresses.
Now, when you're walking up to the vehicle, are you able to tell if there's more than one person in the vehicle?
Yes.
Pressing play again at 1 minute 50 seconds. Just I know it's a little hard to see, but there's a computer right in front of you. Are you able to read the name on this driver's license?
I know it's Mr. Hobbs.
Does Hodge sound about right?
Yes, Hobbs.
And we see it right here in this corner.
Yes.
Does the name Travis Wayne Hodge sound familiar?
Yes.
And so that's who was driving that vehicle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you ran that driver's license, did anything come back?
No, nothing came back to the driver's license.
Okay. So ultimately, what decision did you make at this point?
Just to give him a verbal warning for the defective taillight and just letting him have a safe trip to wherever he was going to later.
And were you able to see that there was also individuals in the back seat?
Yes, I noticed as soon as I gave him his driver's license that there were two other individuals in the back.
Okay. And ultimately, did you identify who the individuals in the back seat were?
Not until later.
Okay. After you let them go and you gave Mr. Hodge his license back, what did you do?
I just went back inside the city limits of Freer because I was already outside the city limits of Freer.
And then did you have anything else to do with this case until we got here today?
No.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
Good question.
Okay, thank you, sir. Have a safe trip home.
Thank you.
That wasn't a lot.
Present, the jury has read.
Can I say something, Jamie? I really like that they dress the bad guys in pink in Texas.
That
I
is
think
kinda
it's funny. Yeah, it's And studies has shown that it actually makes people more mellow. So,
I love pink.
but this is the guy who apparently sold them the Smith. No, he's not wearing a muumuu. He's just a fat guy in a. It looks like a coverall.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Hodge.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Travis Wayne Hodge, TravisWayneHodge.
And Mr. Hodge, how old are you?
I'm 36 years old.
How are you currently employed?
I'm currently unemployed now.
All right. And I guess a better question is, where do you currently reside?
Galveston County Jail.
Before you were in Galveston County Jail, what did you do for a living?
I was a maintenance worker at a hotel
And where is it that you lived?
in Bay Cliff.
Have you lived in Bay Cliff your whole life?
No.
How long have you lived in Bay Cliff?
I moved to Bay Cliff in November of 23.
So about 2 years ago?
Yes.
Where was it that you lived prior to Bay Cliff?
With my cousin at 3106 Georgia Street.
And why was it that you moved to Bay Cliff?
When I got out of prison, I didn't have anywhere to go, so my cousin came and picked me up and moved me in with him.
So you just mentioned that you've previously been to prison, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you previously go to prison for?
For drugs.
Are drugs something that you have had pretty frequent interactions with?
Yes, ma'am.
When we talk about drug interactions, let's just cut to the chase. What do you do with drugs?
I'm a drug user. I use methamphetamines.
You use methamphetamines. Do you also sell methamphetamines?
I was not intentionally trying to, but unfortunately I was.
So, while it might not have been what you set out to do, you have sold drugs for profit, correct?
I wouldn't say for profit. It was, if I had it, I sold it.
Okay.
I wasn't
Now-
intentionally trying to sell.
When you were selling methamphetamines, did you only sell to people you knew or people you didn't know, or how did you find customers?
To people I knew.
I want to ask you, do you know anyone by the name of Uriah Urick?
I do now know that Uriah Urick is also somebody that I knew by Percy.
So, you know the person you know of as Percy has the actual name Uriah Urick, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the person you know as Percy in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please tell me where he's seated in an item of clothing?
In the blue,
He's 36 now.
black or blue shirt over there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness is identified as defendant.
The record will so reflect. Can I see the attorneys very briefly, please?
And Percy,
Mr. Hodge, how did you meet Percy?
I met Percy at a local drug house in Bay Cliff. He had just gotten burned on some drugs and was looking for more. And I just happened to have about 3.5 grams on me. And so I gave him a gram just because.
And at that point, did you sell the gram to Percy or did you just give it to him?
At that point, he tried to pay me for it, and I told him no. He could just have it.
And do you recall when that was?
The nice neighborhood pusher. No, I don't want money. Take my free drugs.
Well, he just said it. He said, I wasn't intentionally trying to sell drugs, but I just did.
I have that Sunday, Monday. I'll accidentally just give drugs to people. And they give me
not my
money.
intention.
It's not my intention to do it. It's just they come up to me and they say, "Do you have drugs?" And I say, "Yes." And they drop a 50. It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't intentional. It's just I had it in my pocket and he was asking for them. So yeah, it's what happens.
I want to say, I think in December
Of 2024?
of 2024, yes.
And after that initial meeting with Percy, how often did you talk to or see him?
For a while, I didn't until his friend Jaden gave him my number. And then he contacted me one day, and I was a little pissed about it, but Jaden gave me my number, and he's like, "Hey, can I get some stuff?" And I was like, "I'm at work right now. I'm not getting off for a while." He's like, "Well, I can come by your work." I really didn't want to do that, but he eventually talked me into letting him come by my job, and he ended up picking up a gram from me at my work.
And at that point, did you give it to him or sell it to him?
At that time, I did sell it to him.
And about how many times would you say that you had sold methamphetamine to Percy?
Maybe 5 or 6 times.
Now, I want to bring your attention to early February of 2025. Do you recall that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
On during that first week of February, how long had it been since you'd talked to Percy?
Before February 7th, he contacted me a few days before that and had asked if he could come stay at my house with a couple of guns, and I had told him no. And then on February 7th, I had contacted him because I seen a post about him and Tammy King wanted for credit card or debit card abuse. And so I was trying to find out what was going on, and that's when we started kind of talking, and he asked for a ride.
And at that point, did you know Tammy King?
I did not. I had never met her in my life.
So when you started talking to Percy, how did you communicate with him?
Through text message.
And is that because y'all already had each other's numbers?
Yes.
So when you reached out to Percy, tell me about that conversation.
I asked him what was going on. He said he really couldn't talk about it. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, it was self-defense. And I was like, what was self-defense? And then he just never answered again.
Okay.
And then he asked for a ride to Illinois, and I told him I couldn't take him to Illinois. And so after that, we kind of talked a little bit, and I was like, well, I could take you to like Mexico.
Why was it you suggested Mexico versus Illinois?
Because he was trying to go to Canada to the border. I was like, well, you know, there's a border that's closer.
So proximity?
Yeah.
So when you said you could take him to Mexico, what was the next thing that occurred?
He's like, I'll pay you $1,000 to take me down there.
Did anything about what was happening strike you as odd or concerning, or what are you thinking?
Yes, it did strike me odd, but at the same time, I was like, well, I was trying to figure out what was going on. And at the same time, I was like, at the time, I didn't really care.
Once you had the conversation about he'd give you $1,000 for the ride, what, if anything, do you do next?
I leave work at 5 o'clock that day, and I go and drop my roommate off that I was staying with off at the house, and I go and pick him up at an apartment in League City.
And did he give you an address to go to, or how did you know where to go?
He gave me an address to go to, and I went and picked him up. And at first I passed the apartment, and he's like, no, turn around. And I turned around and parked right in front of the apartment. Uriah and Tara both came out. They had a gun. At the time I did not know it was a gun, but they had something wrapped up in a blanket, along with 3 or 4 different bags and a dog.
What did the dog look like?
A little black and brown tan one, I believe.
Okay. And so at this point, had y'all still only communicated by text message? Or
No, it wasn't. It was an unintentional income stream he had there. He just had a little in his pocket, and then people gave him money for it.
did y'all communicate any other way?
We actually did. I did suggest that we move over to like a encrypted app because I mean, we were doing something kind of illegal.
Was it kind of illegal or just illegal?
We were doing something illegal. I was giving him a ride even though I knew that he was wanted by the Galveston County Police, or Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And so I'm going to kind of put a pin right there because that's something that we need to talk about. We see that you currently, as we said, are residing in the Galveston County Jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I am currently facing charges of possession or manufacturing delivery of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, namely methamphetamine, as well as I'm facing a gun charge and also a hindering apprehension charge.
And have you entered into an agreement with the state of Texas?
I have.
And do you recall what that agreement is?
I do. It is 10 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Is it on all 3 charges or 2 charges or 1?
It is on 2 charges. It is for the manufacturing and delivery of methamphetamine and the hindering apprehension.
And is that also in exchange you dismissal on the unlawful possession of firearm by a felon?
Correct.
And as part of the agreement that you have entered in with the state, what are you required to do?
To testify.
Do you just have to testify or do you
testify
have to
and tell the truth?
tell the truth? Thank you.
I don't like that. Testify and tell the truth. Yeah, you determine what the truth is.
Yeah.
And is your agreement to testify in any trials to do with this case?
Yes.
Now,
isn't it one of those things that you just never really know? Maybe she just took them home and intended to do it and never got on with it, or didn't have the network to do it. I don't. Maybe she was holding on to them for sentimental reasons. I don't know.
like you just said, at the time that you were going to give them a ride, you knew that they were charged with a felony, correct?
With credit card or debit card abuse, correct.
Okay. Now, once you arrive at this apartment in Lake City, tell me what happens.
When I picked him up, like I said, they had a blanket, and at the time I did not know what was in the blanket until after the fact. But Uriah gets in on the passenger side, he throws in the blanket, and he has a couple of shoulder bags, and he throws them in the car. Tara comes to the driver's side, throws in a couple of bags along with a backpack, and then she tries to get the dog in. The dog gets loose, and she's trying to get in the car, or get the dog in the car, and Uriah tells her, just leave the dog and get in.
Now, when you're saying that Tara was trying to get in the driver's side, where are you?
I'm in the driver's side, and she was in the back seat, and I was in the front seat.
And then when you said Percy or Uriah was trying to get in the passenger side, was that the front or the back?
In the back.
Okay. So Uriah says, leave the dog.
Yes, ma'am.
What occurs next?
We leave the apartment. I go down to Main Street, and I turn right on Main Street, and I drive down a little bit, and I stop at the Walgreens. And I tried talking to Uriah then, and I was like, look, if it was self-defense, go ahead and turn yourself in. Because he had already told me that it was self-defense. I was like, what was self-defense? At that time, he tells me that he can't because of the position of the body.
And what did that mean to you?
That he actually murdered somebody.
At that point, did you know who had been murdered?
No, I did not.
Once you're talking to him at Walgreens, does he say anything else at Walgreens?
No. When we were sitting at Walgreens, he was very nervous, fidgety, looking behind his shoulder. I think he thought I was setting him up because he kept looking out the back window. Once we got on the highway and started off towards, I believe, Alvin, he hands me $500, and then we stopped in Alvin.
So at this point, what is Tara doing?
Tara's in the back seat. Her and Uriah are whispering the whole time. She doesn't really ever conversate with me.
So is Uriah who you predominantly speak to throughout this drive?
Yes, ma'am.
But Tara and Uriah are communicating.
Yes, ma'am.
What happens next?
So after we go to Alvin, I guess Tara had told Uriah that she was wanting some snacks and stuff. So I stop at a convenience store. Uriah hands me $20, goes and says, go in and get stuff for us, get whatever you want. But he tells me stuff that she wants and stuff for him. So I go in, I get it, I come back out, I give it to them. In the parking lot of the convenience store, we both roll a bowl. I have my own stuff.
I'm going to pause for a second. For those of us who may not be as drug savvy, what do you mean by roll a bowl?
So when I say roll a bowl, we have a glass pipe that has methamphetamine in it, and you literally roll it back and forth for it to smoke.
Okay. And you said you have your own stuff?
I have my own stuff. Uriah has his own stuff. I don't know if this is stuff that I had given him 2 or 3 days before or not.
Okay. So you just knew that you each had your own substances to use?
Yes.
Okay. So do just you and Uriah smoke at that point, or what does Tara do?
No, ma'am. She's also in the back seat, and Uriah helps her light the bowl and roll it because me using drugs for over 15 years, I kind of know the signs of when somebody's new, and I could tell that she just recently started smoking.
Is it fair to say she didn't seem as confident in using the narcotics?
Correct.
Okay. So after you stop and get the snacks in Alvin and utilize the methamphetamine, what happens next?
Yes, we can all see you. If YouTube won't let you send super chats, first of all, don't worry about sending super chats. And second of all, it's YouTube. They have decided that today it's not your day. Again, if I understood why YouTube does what YouTube do, but you are visible. We can see you. Because he was helping Uriah a day that he got burned on a drug deal, and he just had some drugs on him. So he was the friendly neighborhood drug giver aware, and gave him a gram of meth or something.
We leave from there and we start driving towards Laredo. I'm not sure of the exact route, but I do know that at one point in time we do get pulled over in
that it doesn't go through the program.
In Freer, Texas.
When you get pulled over in Freer, tell me about that. What happens?
We were all very nervous. I mean, I've got 2 people in my vehicle. They're wanted by Galveston County, and then I have a meth pipe on me. I know he has a meth pipe on him. Other than that, I'm not. I'm nervous because they're wanted by Galveston County for credit card, debit card abuse.
Now, at this point in the drive, is the credit card, debit card abuse still the only charge you know about?
As of when I got back, I even looked online, and as of February 8th, yes.
Okay. But Uriah had told you about there being an individual who was deceased.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you get pulled over by Freer, walk me through exactly what happens during that stop.
So I know I'm coming over a hill, and I see the cop, and I for some reason, I knew we were going to get pulled over because as soon as I topped the hill, he turned around. And so I knew that we were going to get pulled over. I don't know why, I just knew we were going to.
Now, earlier, when you were talking about Tara and Uriah putting things in your vehicle, you said there was a firearm wrapped up in a blanket, but you didn't know that yet.
I knew that there was something that they threw in the back. I didn't know what it was until after he told me later told me that night. I knew that the guns were there, or the gun was there.
So by the time you got stopped at Freer, did you know there was a firearm in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that firearm, to your knowledge?
In the back seat in the floorboard.
So when this officer pulls you over, what happens?
The officer comes to the passenger side window, asks me for my driver's license. They're both in the back seat, and since I had kind of been staying, I was staying in my car, but I was staying at a friend's house too. I had my windows covered, and so they pulled the cardboard off my window so that way the officer could see in. While the officer was in the back running my name, Uriah's digging around in the back, in the floorboard.
Okay.
And so I got really nervous then.
Why?
I told Uriah, just calm down, just let him do his job. Because the reason I got nervous is because I thought he grabbed one of the guns, or grabbed the gun.
And he being, you thought Uriah had grabbed the gun.
Yes, ma'am.
Once the officer returns to the vehicle, what happens next?
He tells me that my headlight was blinking, but it's not blinking now, so he can't really do nothing about it. He hands me my driver's license and says, have a good night. And so we take off and we go, I think the next town was Beeville.
And do you stop there or keep driving?
We stop there at their convenience store. Tara has to go to the bathroom, so her and I both go in. She goes to the bathroom, I go to the bathroom. I stop and get some no-dos because I had ran out of meth already. Then we go across the street to the Whataburger and get something to eat.
Grab some dodos? Did he say he grabbed some dodos?
That's what I heard. I don't know what that is.
That's an extinct bird.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just snatched up a couple dodos.
Thank you so much, Sue, for just checking. Making sure that I didn't ruin anything. No, it wouldn't go through the program. The program feeds into YouTube, and because YouTube gets money, it runs through them. They are the payment processor. Do I have this sped up? Yes. I had it at 1.25. That's normally where everyone can follow along. But thank you, Sue.
Oh. Valhalla comes in to clarify. I love it.
No dose.
That's what apparently he said.
Why the hell would you call it no dose?
No doze, like doze off.
But
I don't know. It's stupid.
yeah. Yeah, I thought that it might have been some Doritos. That would have made sense. Zach, I agree. No one should super chat this channel. Thank you, Zach, for super chatting this channel. But no dose, Jamie, it makes no sense. I hate stupid names. A stay awake pill.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah. Are you doing enough meth if you need?
Yeah, you need.
Marissa, he just said they did meth just before they were stopped by the police.
Yeah, I don't think you're doing meth right, people.
No, if
you need some no dose.
Oh, apparently it's no dose is epinephrine, like almost meth.
Yeah, pretty much.
Jamie.
After you get something to eat, during this time, is Uriah saying anything else to you?
I mean, we're talking. We're just not talking a lot. Like it's like just talking, like not really talking about anything.
Thursday random chit chat?
Yeah.
So after you get Whataburger, what happens next?
We continue on to Laredo, and when we get to Laredo, I stop at, I believe it's Circle K, and we put gas in because my car's almost empty. He hands me two $20 bills. I go inside and, no, he hands me a $100 bill at that time. I go inside and I get gas. I come back out and he tells me to just keep the change. After that, we're driving around Laredo because I'm not familiar with Laredo and I'm kind of looking for the border. I didn't know where it was at. So I stop off at another convenience store and I ask where the border crossing is. And the cashier there tells me...
Make sure you don't tell me what anyone other than Uriah says, okay? So you get information about where the border is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what do you do next?
We drive around a little bit and I'm still trying to figure out where it's at. And I got an information of a homeless shelter there at the convenience store also.
Do you recall what that homeless shelter was called?
Bethany House.
And where did you go from there?
From the convenience store, we ended up at another convenience store because Uriah and I were kind of both looking for drugs, but I was just trying to get them out of the car by then.
Why?
Because they had murdered somebody and I was just wanting to get rid of them and get back home.
And at this point, has Uriah told you anything else about the murder, or are we still going on the first conversation from Walgreens?
So when we were at Alvin, I forgot about this, when we were in Alvin at the convenience store.
200 milligrams of caffeine. That's low dose level.
That feels like not enough.
When I buy pre-workout, I always try and go to anything that's 300 milligrams, just because then there's a chance I can lift something.
Mm-hmm.
I took pre-workout once. We were streaming. I was tired as hell, and I thought, I'm just going to take some pre-workout and get some. And it was some new called Insomniac or something like that. You know, it's always called some stupid name.
Yeah.
And it had so much of that allergen, whatever it's called, from they get from the peppers. And I felt like I'd been on crack for weeks. My skin was just crawling. It kept me awake,
The
though.
niacin stuff?
Yeah,
the
the
ones
niacin.
oh my god.
Yeah,
Niacin.
you're just sitting there. Oh.
You feel like you're gonna itch your skin's gonna I wanted to itch it off.
Yeah, if you don't do some workout, it'll feel like hell.
Yeah.
But I got through the stream, Jamie. That's the most important.
Good job.
Marissa, I sweat naturally. I'm fat.
What?
He had told me that he couldn't get the smell of the burning flesh out of his nose.
And so other than now at Walgreens and then Alvin, has he mentioned the murder again at this point?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
So after we stop at the convenience store and we see a bunch of homeless people hanging out on the side, Uriah gets out of the vehicle. It goes and talks to him for a minute. He comes back and tells me to go across the street to the motel. I do. Then he comes back from being over there, gets in the car and tells me that I need to take these guns and do whatever I want to with them.
At this point, you said these guns. At this point, how many guns did you know were in the vehicle?
At the time, only one. After, when we got to the motel or hotel, whatever it is, I found out that there was two.
And did you observe those guns?
At that time, no. I did not take them out and look at them, no. He tells me to throw them in my trunk because I told him that I was a convicted felon. He's like, I can't take these guns. I don't like guns to begin with. And I had told Uriah previously, do not get in my car with guns. And he's still did.
So when he tells you you need to take these guns, what happens?
So I get out and I put the guns in my trunk. And I drive them to Bethany House. I drop them off at Bethany House. They take off everything that they're going to take with them. I leave from Bethany House and I drive back.
So when you are talking to Uriah about the guns, do you ask him anything about the guns?
No, at that time, no. I asked him the next morning if one of them was a murder weapon, and he told me yes.
Did he tell you which one?
He told me the 5.56, which is an AR-15.
So the next morning, and how did he tell you this? Over the phone or?
He told me through WhatsApp.
And that's that encrypted app?
Remember, Jamie, when Marissa was fused to her chair because she got sweaty? And now she says, I don't know, I just listen. I remember that Karen Green stream where Marissa was stuck to her chair.
Oh man, if it's a leather chair, geez, oh Pete.
Yeah, that's why you have when you do long day streaming, you have a cloth chair so you don't get.
Yeah, you gotta put a towel down.
Yeah. 10 years.
Oh. Well, you were sitting on a bar stool for a million years, so
Well, it
don't
only
know how
got me pressure wounds on my legs. Come on now.
yeah.
Jolt Cola, I never had those.
I never had it, but I remember it being a thing. Jolt Cola.
That's when Dick's Enormous showed up.
Yep. That was the most genuine, like, I don't know that person.
Dick's Enormous? No.
And
Oh,
I
he's
didn't
there.
get it right at first either until she said it out loud and I heard it. I was like, oh boy. My favorite thing ever.
Thank you so much, Jessica. $5 super chat because Zach said I shouldn't. Never listen to Zach.
Yeah, never listened to Zach.
Is it getting hot in here? All this talk about glistening butts. Yeah.
Opening butts.
Marissa knows now that the next time she goes on and has to do something, Sue will be in chat and say, hey, Glissel, how's the butt?
Correct. And earlier you talked about you wanted to go to that app because you were doing something illegal. What is your understanding about why if you're going to talk about something illegal, to do it on WhatsApp?
Because it's encrypted and it's harder to hack.
So is it fair to say you can't, law enforcement may not be able to obtain those messages as easily?
Yes, ma'am.
So on WhatsApp the next morning, Uriah tells you that the 556 is the murder weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
Ah, fuck you. They cracked WhatsApp long ago. That's why Zach only sends. He has a what's it called, a brand deal with Signal. If you want a D-pic from Zach, get on Signal. Zach can fully endorse it because you can set it to no screenshots mode, and he doesn't want them shared.
Oh my lord. I hate when they have to put that in there like it's something sinister. That encrypted app WhatsApp. Like, oh boy. Everything's encrypted nowadays, lady.
What? I think people are.
They're losing it.
Yeah.
After you said after you dropped them off at Bethany House, you drove home, correct? Now, after you dropped them off, obviously you talked to Uriah again the next morning. What kind of communication did you have with Uriah after leaving Laredo?
We were messaging through WhatsApp still.
And what did y'all talk about?
He kept, I guess he was looking up online or talking to people about crossing the border, and they kept telling him that he needed to drive across or something to take him. And he's like, I need somebody to take me. And I was like, well, I'm already back in Baycliff, so you're on your own pretty much.
And after that next morning where y'all discussed the murder weapon, did y'all continue talking?
He texted me a couple of times, and I texted back. I was like, dude, I'm at work. I was like, I'm trying to work. I texted him, I think the last thing I texted him was about consequences. Sometimes we gotta just face our consequences.
So on that Saturday, which would have been that next morning that you come back, what do you do once you're back in Baycliff?
I go to work.
And what do you do with the two guns at this point?
At that point, they were still in my vehicle.
Is that where they remain?
No.
What happens next?
I ended up talking to a friend of mine and telling her about what happened. And so she takes the guns for a couple of days at her house, and then where she was staying, and then she gets kicked out. And so in the process of all this, I go and rent a storage unit on the 9th, I think, and I put all my stuff in storage. Well, then when she gets kicked out of where she was staying at here in Galveston, I went to pick up all her stuff too, along with the guns. I bring them back to Baycliff. I put them all in a storage unit, along with her stuff.
And so, making sure I track, the firearms went from your vehicle to your friend's home, then to a storage unit you rented in Baycliff, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what storage unit number you had?
want to say either 91 or 191.
Once you put the firearms inside that storage unit, did you ever move them again?
From there, no.
Was that the last thing that happened to your involvement in this case?
Until I got arrested, yes.
So let's talk about that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what day you got arrested?
February 26th.
Tell me what you were doing that day.
I was on my way to work. I left my house at a little bit before 9, so I had to be at work at 9. But I think I might have actually been running late that day.
Okay.
I leave my house off where I was staying at on Louisiana. I turned right on Roberts, and then I turned right in on another street, and then I turned left, I believe, on that is Gordy Road. And I drive all the way down Gordy Road, and I get pulled over right at the Double Shoe Gentleman's Club.
Do you recall why you got pulled over?
I was informed at the time that I did not use my blinker, and then he backtracked and said that I did not stop at that stop sign. And when I challenged him on that, he informed me, oh, well, no, you actually didn't use your blinker.
And once you have this conversation, what happens?
He pulls me out of the car, puts me in handcuffs, and I was like, why am I being arrested over a traffic violation? He goes, well,
Make sure you don't tell me what anybody else says. I know that's hard. So ultimately you get pulled out of the vehicle and placed in handcuffs.
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you go from there?
From there, I go to the substation in Baycliff.
And when you're at the substation in Baycliff, what do? What's happening?
I'm interrogated over the murder that happened.
So when you are first getting pulled out of your vehicle, is there anything in the front seat or door area of your car?
There's a less than a gram in my driver's side door. Unfortunately, in the back seat, there was quite a bit more meth in my vehicle.
So when you're at the substation, what are you doing?
I'm talking with detectives and telling them what happened and gave them permission
Quite
to go
a
into my
bit
storage unit where
more.
the guns were, because I did tell them that I did have the guns, and I knew that's what they were looking for. I gave them the keys to my storage unit along with the consent, and they went and searched my storage unit and found the guns.
When you were being talked to at the Baycliff substation, did you fully cooperate with the police?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you in fact tell them there was more stuff in your car?
Yes, I did.
And is the more methamphetamine in your car what you got charged with manufacture and delivery for?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you recall about how much methamphetamine was in your car?
I thought it was about 14 grams, but it was, I guess, about 12 grams.
When you say that, is it because it got tested by the lab?
Yeah.
When you were talking to them, you said you also gave them consent to search your storage unit, correct? Your Honor, may I approach this witness? All right, Mr. Hodge, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as states 432, 433, and 434. Without telling me what they are, tell me if you recognize these documents.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something on these documents that lets you recognize them or identify them?
My signature on all three of them.
Other than this red sticker from the state, do they look like they've been changed in any way since you last saw them?
They look like they've been copied.
They look like they've been copied, not an original. Is that fair? Other than that, are they the same?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 432, 433, and 434.
No judgment.
May I polish? Yes.
No, he was just driving around with a little bit of meth in his car.
All right, Mr. Hodge. In states 432, is this ultimately the document that says you were willing to talk to police?
Yes, ma'am.
And are all of these statements rights that were granted?
Yes, ma'am.
I think he was just dumb, because it had nothing to do with the defendant. This is later. It's not the same day or the day after. So this is later. He probably just felt stupid because he probably bought 15 or 14 grams and only had 12.
And is this your initial on the left-hand side?
Yes, ma'am.
Similar question in 433. What was it you were consenting for here?
DNA testing of my saliva, a butyl swab.
So you let them take your DNA.
Yes, ma'am.
And last but not least, in 434, we see your name there at the top again, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it you are consenting to search at this point?
The storage unit that I had in my name.
And as you said earlier, it was storage unit 191, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, on that date, is that when you got arrested for all 3 of the charges you currently have pending?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been in custody since that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Since that date, have you further spoken to either Uriah or Tara?
No.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Holly Mac. You don't have a lot of luck with the with the buy me a coffee, but thank you so much anyway. You are way too kind, and I appreciate it. It'll go straight into the Baker should get back to America at some point fund. Or maybe buy some gas because you're going to see Baby Baker on Saturday fund. Thank you so much, Holly Mac.
Thank you. My name is Bill Agnew, and I represent Uriah Urick, who's sitting here to my right. So you indicated that you had sold meth to Uriah before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, did you ever know a lady named Tammy King?
No, sir.
No dealings with her at all?
No, sir.
Okay, and so you say you didn't know Tara at all?
No, sir.
And never met her up until the day you gave her the ride?
That is correct.
Okay. And you're getting 10 years in consideration for testifying in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have other felonies in your background, correct?
I do.
What are those?
I have a drug possession, 2 drug possessions, a forgery possession, and marijuana misdemeanor possession.
How many times have you been to the penitentiary?
I've been 1 time.
Okay, and what was that for?
For
Absolutely horrendous. The state all of a sudden just made up that he strangled her with her purse.
forgery and the methamphetamine.
And what was your sentence?
3 years of TDC.
Okay, is that on both running concurrent?
The forgery was for 2 years.
Okay. But they ran concurrent, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in the case that you got, which is the unlawful possession of a firearm by a felon, or the drug case, could easily both be enhanced up to a second degree, correct?
The gun charge is a 3rd degree, I believe, and the manufacturing and delivery is a 1st degree felony.
So both of those with your priors could be enhanced.
Same objection calls for legal conclusion.
Sustained.
So your sentence in this case is going to be 10 years, whereas the 1st degree case would be ranging from 5 to 99 years to life, correct?
Yes, sir.
Potentially higher.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's witness.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Okay. And you stated, Mr. Hodge, that you're aware that the hindering charge is a 3rd degree, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the charge associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you happen to know the punishment range of 3rd degree?
From 2 to 10.
And you are receiving 10 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Pass this witness, Your Honor.
No further questions.
And the next witness is the big guy.
Case one, the testimony given this time in trial will be considered the whole truth and the reflect the truth of the matter.
They have a pop chair. That's not nice.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Ira Fowler. It's IRA, F as in Frank, OWLER.
And where do you work?
Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your position in the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a sergeant over the crime reduction unit.
Okay. So, Sergeant Fowler, I kind of just want to go into a little bit of your training experience. Have you always been at the Sheriff's Office?
No, sir. I actually worked for the Texas City Police Department for approximately 20 years, where I retired in August of 2024.
Okay. And so when did you first become a police officer?
2002.
And did you initially start with Texas City PD?
No, sir. I started for the Galveston Police Department.
Okay. How long were you there for?
2.5 years.
And then what did you do after that?
Texas City Police Department.
And then you were there for about 20 years before retiring?
Yes, sir.
And in your retirement, you joined the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As far as this case goes, did you initiate or be involved in a traffic stop on a Travis Hodge?
Yes, sir.
And what led up to the traffic stop?
There was a homicide investigation involving Uriah Urick.
Okay. And was Mr. Hodge a person of interest in that
Yes.
investigation? Okay. Do you recall what was the actual reason for the traffic stop involved in this case? You can check your notes.
Yes, sir. He, to my knowledge, he had driven Uriah and another female to Laredo after the homicide.
Okay. Was that the reason for the stop itself?
No, the reason for the actual stop was a traffic violation. He felt a serious intent.
And so once the traffic stop was initiated, what happened next?
I approached the vehicle and I took Mr. Hodge in custody for the traffic violation.
Okay. Now, is it normal to take someone into custody for a traffic violation?
Yes, sir. That was all the time.
Okay. And what are the reasons that we take people in custody for traffic violations?
Just the traffic violation itself. There's multiple reasons why you can take it.
Okay. A traffic violation is in and of itself an arrestable.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So once he was taken into custody, what happened next?
As I'm walking back to my vehicle, he told me he had drugs inside his vehicle.
Okay. And was a search of his vehicle performed?
Yes, sir.
Did they yield any drugs?
Yes, sir. As I approached the vehicle again, I found some methamphetamine inside the door handle, inside the vehicle, on the driver's side where he was sitting.
Okay. Was there any other meth found in the vehicle other than in that?
Yes, sir. There's also approximately, I believe, 12 grams found in the back seat.
Okay. Now, was Mr. Hodges ultimately charged with a drug offense?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, once he was taken into custody, what happened with him at that point?
He was taken over to the Blake Cliff substation to speak with the detectives.
Okay. And were you present for that interview?
No, sir, I was not.
And so without getting into what anybody said during that interview, did the sheriff's office become aware of a location that they should search?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what that location was?
Yes, sir. It was a storage building on 646.
And...
Or Bay Cliff, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Can you repeat that? I didn't want us to go.
It was a Bay Cliff, I'm sorry. That's a leak city by mistake.
Okay. Now, did you go and search that unit?
I did, yes, sir.
And were any photographs of that unit taken?
Yes, sir.
John Manfred?
Yes.
Sergeant Fowler, I'm going to show you what the market states 452 through 457. Without getting into context, do you recognize them?
Yes, sir.
And just generally, what are they?
It's photographs of the inside of the storage building, some weapons.
Do they appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No, sir.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the scene as it was on that day?
Yes, sir.
Around this time, today would move to admit states 542 through 557. And then the counsel. No objection.
Okay, those will be admitted.
And may I vote?
Yes.
So Sergeant Fowler, let's start with, we'll start with zooming out on the elements so we can actually see the photo. Start with 542 here. What is this a photograph of?
That's to be the door to the storage unit, 191.
And going on to 453, what is that looking at?
That's the inside of 191 of the storage unit.
See if I can get it focus better. There we go. And are you aware of where the guns were located in the storage unit?
Yes, sir. They're in the back where the black bag were.
Okay, so...
Yes, sir. In that area.
You have a laser pointer?
Yes, sir. Yes. There's this area here.
Okay. Now, who, to your knowledge, owned this storage unit, or was renting it, rather?
It was Mr. Hodges.
Do you know why he had these guns being placed in the storage unit?
To my knowledge, he had stored them there after he left with Uriah.
Okay. Do you know who the actual owner of the guns were prior to Mr. Hodges taking ownership?
It was the victim of the homicide.
Okay. Going into states 554, what are we looking at here?
Okay, Mr. Reinhardt, I believe we have some confusion about the exhibit numbers. I'm looking at the exhibit, and that's a 400, not a 500.
Yes,
and initially you said 452, and then it switched to 552. But I just want the record to be totally accurate. We are looking at exhibits 452 through 457, correct?
That is correct, Your
All
Honor.
right, and those, hearing no objection, those are admitted. All right, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. And just to further clarify the record, this first photo of Unit 191, that states 452?
Yes, sir.
And then the second photo I showed you was states 453?
Yes, sir.
And then this third photo I'm showing you here is 454, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry for misspeaking there. But what are we looking at in 454?
That's a bag with a handgun inside it. And the handgun is here.
Now going back to 453, do you know where that container is on this photo?
It's here.
I'm showing you what's been marked as states 455. What are we looking at here?
These are magazines to a rifle.
And backtracking once again to 453, you see where that bag is here in this photo.
Yes, sir. It's back here as well.
Next up, we have 456. What is that?
This is a AR-15 style rifle.
And are you aware of anything about that gun?
No, sir. I believe it was used in the homicide, or it was recovered from the house there.
Okay. And going back to I keep doing that. States 453. Where is this rifle?
Here.
And then we have on states 457. We'll turn it this way. Is that just a collection of all three of those items in one photograph?
Yes, sir. It is.
No, maybe I should find out.
So, Sergeant Fowler, are you aware of what happened with these guns after they were recovered?
Yes, sir. There was logged as evidence.
And do you have any knowledge about what happened to them once they were logged in as evidence?
I do not know, sir.
Beyond this traffic stop and the recovery of the guns, did you have any further involvement in this case, in the investigation?
No, sir.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Wagner?
No questions?
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Finance witness. You may proceed.
Thank you.
I think it's only the third time she has mentioned that they got it wrong. It was worse than the other one. They had, the defense had all their numbers wrong. Yeah, I don't get those people who, if you have something valuable or you need a storage room, because kind of like me, if I can find that house and get a deal done, I might need for a month while I have a turnover, you could need it. But those people, when you see those storage wars and, well, I got my library card from back in 1882 because it's really important that I remember that I got Gone with the Wind in the first edition.
Good afternoon, Detective. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Arturo Espinosa. It's Arturo. Last name Espinosa.
And Detective Espinosa, how are you currently employed?
With the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
With the Sheriff's Office, I've been employed for 8 years with the Sheriff's Office.
Is that the entirety of your law enforcement career?
No, ma'am.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Been in law enforcement as a police officer for 17 years.
What was the first, well, let me back up. We've heard testimony from some other officers about in order to become a peace officer, you must go to academy and pass a TCOL certification. Did you do those same steps?
Yes.
What was the first role you had in law enforcement?
The first role I had in law enforcement as a peace officer?
Yes, sir.
As a peace officer, I started off at the Bayou Vista Police Department here in Texas. Yes.
And what role were you in?
I was a patrolman.
About how long?
Let's skip through
I was
that
at the Police
one.
Department for about 10 months.
After that, where did you go?
From there, I went to go work at the...
I wasn't whining. I was just saying I don't get people who put all their shit in storage units and think that they really need to keep that receipt from when they got 2 bagels back in '87.
Santa Fe Police Department, and it's also in Galveston County. I was there for about a little over 8 years.
What roles did you hold at the Santa Fe Police Department?
At Santa Fe Police, I worked the 8 years on patrol, and of the 8 years, 2 years as a patrol sergeant.
After your 8 years at the Santa Fe Police Department, where did you go?
That's when I came over to the Galveston County Sheriff's Office. I got hired into the patrol division.
How long was it you were in the patrol division at the Sheriff's Office?
Patrol division, I was at the patrol division for 7 years. Of the 7 years, 4 of the years was as a patrol supervisor, as a corporal.
After your time in patrol, where did you move to next within the Sheriff's Office?
From there, I went to the Criminal Investigations Division. I started off there in the Environmental Crimes Unit and then transferred over to the Major Crimes Unit. So in total in the Criminal Investigations Division, it's been a little over a year.
So in the Major Crimes Division, what is your role? What do you do?
Our role as a major crimes detective, we're tasked with following up to investigations that occur within Galveston County. But our primary area is the unincorporated areas of Galveston County. It's your areas that are not considered cities, or are not considered within the city limits.
Is it fair to say the unincorporated areas are areas that don't have their own police department?
Correct.
Can you give an example of a couple of those areas?
Yes, we have a portion of Dickinson, we have a portion in the Bay Cliff, St. Leon, and even near the Clear Lake Shores area. And also, of course, Crystal Beach and the Bolivar Peninsula. That's where we patrol.
And so, predominantly those are the areas in which your cases come from, correct?
Yes.
As a major crimes detective, how do you get assigned a case?
So the cases come in initially from our patrol division. They're the first line that do the majority, the preliminary investigations. And whenever they complete their end of things, they submit their reports and it comes to my supervisor, Lieutenant Cazares. When he gets the cases, he assigns them out to each detective.
I want to bring before I do that, when you get assigned a case, do you handle it completely on your own, or does the Sheriff's Office have a team effort type mentality?
Depending on the case, if it's a big case like that, then we'll work as a team and we'll kind of collaborate and help each other out.
I want to bring your attention to February 7th of 2025. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Was there something that occurred on that date that led us to be here today?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a death investigation that occurred.
And when you were alerted to this death investigation, what did you do?
So initially I received a phone call from my direct supervisor. It's Sergeant Mitchell Stevenson. I got a phone call from him about the whole incident.
And once you got that phone call, where did you go or what did you do?
When I got off the phone with him, he instructed me to respond to that scene. I wasn't given a whole lot of details other than there was a death investigation that was going on.
And what scene was that?
It was a death investigation at the...
I apologize, this bad question. What location did you go to?
Oh, 4723 15th Street, Bay Cliff, Galveston County.
Once you arrived at that location, what was the first thing that you did?
The first thing I did when I arrived over there, I got with two of my supervisors. I've got Captain Miller, who was there already on scene, and then there was Lieutenant Cazares. I met with them in the roadway and was given instructions on where to go from there.
What was the first thing you were assigned to do?
The first task that I was given when I got on scene was to go across the street to look for surveillance.
Video
surveillance.
Did you obtain any of that video surveillance?
I did.
Where did you obtain that from?
It was at 4714 15th Street.
And do you recall who you obtained that surveillance from?
Uriah, the Nueva, we were named.
And did you observe that video?
Yes, not initially, no, but after sifting through a lot of the camera system, we did.
And what did you observe on the video that you believe to be pertinent to this case?
The video that I saw was a black passenger car. It was a Nissan Altima that had pulled up to the residence at 4723, and I saw the car pull into the driveway. They backed into this driveway, and I didn't see anybody get out of the car, but I saw two individuals come out of the house. That was Uriah and Terry.
After you obtained that video, what was the next thing that you did?
After the video, I brought it and uploaded it to our server.
Did you do anything else on scene at the house?
I went into, after meeting with Uriah, I went back to my supervisors and I was tasked with going into the house to assist with the search.
What part of the home did you assist searching?
The only area that I went in was the bedroom belonging to Tara King.
What did you observe within that bedroom?
Her bedroom?
Yes.
It was a mess. It was a lot of stuff everywhere.
Was there anything that stood out to you as odd or important other than it was a mess?
I didn't stay in there long. There was a lot of trash in there, and that stands out to me. I mean, the way as messy as it was. There was some water bottles that I remember seeing that were filled with what I thought was urine, and that was near a computer desk that was in there. But there was a bunch.
After looking through that bedroom, what did you do next?
After looking at that bedroom, the bedroom was real small. I felt that I wasn't needed there because we were kind of walking all over each other. So I backed out, went back to the road, and met back with my supervisors there.
Were you assigned any other tasks that day?
That day, no. No.
After that day, when was the next time you did anything involving this case?
The following day, that would have been a Saturday, the 8th, maybe? Yeah, so Saturday on the 8th, we met at the sheriff's office to collaborate with each other and kind of divide tasks, if that's what you want to call it. Divide task and figure out what we're going to do from there, share notes, and figure out what it is that we have.
And when you say we, who all met up at the sheriff's office to divide tasks?
Detective Hudson and our supervisors, Captain Miller, and the major crimes detectives were there.
And who is it that decides who needs to do what?
Detective Hudson was the lead investigator, but she also, with guidance from our supervisors, they divided the task out.
What tasks were you assigned on that day, the 8th?
That day I was tasked with following up on, I was given 2 Instagram handles, and the Instagram handles I was given, I was tasked with following up with them in regards to drafting a search warrant. And it's for 2 Instagrams that I learned belong to Tara King and Uriah Urick.
Before we get to the Instagrams, we'll come back to those. Was there any other tasks that you had with this case regarding any evidence that was located?
There was. So one of the things I was tasked with, the information I was given was that there was a cell phone that belonged to Tara King. It had pinged in at an address in League City, or near an address in League City. It was an apartment complex. I was tasked with going over there and following up and seeing if we can try to locate this phone. I say we as in myself and Detective Bernard.
And was it a phone attributed to Tara King or Tammy King?
I'm sorry, it was Tammy King. I said Tara, I meant Tammy King.
And where was it, or did you ultimately locate this phone?
I did.
Where did you locate it?
There was a individual that lived at the apartment complex. His last name I recall being Wingate. He had the phone in his possession, but told me where he had found the phone.
And what did you do with that information?
With the location?
Yes.
We went and I went out to the specific location with this guy named Mr. Wingate, and he showed me specifically where he found his cell phone on the side of the road at an intersection.
And did you document that anyway?
I did.
How so?
I documented it with photographs.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as dates 466 through 476. If you would glance at these documents and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
because I took the photos.
Have they been changed or altered in any way other than the sticker added by the state? Your Honor, statements you admit States 476 through 4.
The funny is, everyone is talking about how horrible the smell was in that house. We are talking about people who go out and find decomposed bodies, and they said, this house smelled bad. You know, this has been a really nasty house because these people have seen and heard and smelled things that you have never even dreamt of. And these people, they find this a horrible house.
No objection.
Hearing no objection, 466 through 476 will be admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you, Your Honor. All right, Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as States 467. Using your laser pointer, are you able to show us where it was that the phone had been located?
This area.
And just to be clear, what city is this intersection in?
Lake City.
And you said it was at the apartments. What apartments are you referring to?
I don't recall the name of the apartments, but it was that one right there is 310.
Waco sounds familiar?
No, Houston does. Well, Waco sounds familiar, but that address was Houston. 310 Houston.
Okay. And is right near here also is also Waco right near here?
Yes.
And is this here you documenting that address?
Yes.
And did you also take photos of the phone that you located?
Yes.
Is that what we see in States 474
Yes.
and 476? Yes?
Yes.
And can you tell us what type of phone was this?
It's a Android phone. It's a model XT2419-2. It's a Motorola.
So it's Motorola, and you said Android phone, correct?
Yes.
So for those of us not super tech savvy, it's not a Mac phone.
Correct.
Yeah. Especially when it dries out and the water evaporates and it's just uric acid. Is that what it's called in English? That's horrible. Special appointed prosecutor, Mr. Cossey G. Thank you so much for stopping by.
All right, now let's circle back to those Instagrams you were talking about. What were the two Instagram handles you were tasked with writing warrants for?
The first one I was tasked with was South Park Emo, and I learned that belonged to Cherokee. The second one was South Park Emo Owner, and that was belonging to Uriah Urick.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 461 and 464. Will you let me know if you recognize these documents?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize them?
It's a search.
When my dad passed away, he had a cat, and he wasn't in the best of state, and he was supposed to have had some care from the city, but and I got out here and had to clean out the house and stuff like that, and there was just this used cat box, and it took a year washing that room down till it didn't, because it just goes into everything. Luckily enough, it was a room where there was a lot of tiles on, because it's kind of like the wet room. But no, cat piss is the worst smell.
Two search warrants that I drafted.
Do they appear to have been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 461 and 464.
No objections.
Those will be admitted.
Yes.
And just to be clear, South Park Emo belonged to Tara, and South Park Emo owner belonged to Uriah.
Yes.
Now, when you send a search warrant to Instagram, how do you receive information back?
So the way the search warrant is submitted to a law enforcement portal that's online through the company called Meta. We submit it to them, and we receive, after it's executed and they look over everything, they send us information back through the law enforcement portal.
When you receive the information, what does it look like?
It's in the form of files. Like you get a letter of authenticity, and then you also get it's zip files that you get in linked media, and it contains It's a lot of information.
When you say it's a lot of information, is what you receive a few pages or many pages?
It's a voluminous amount. It's a lot. It's like thousands of pages what you can get out of that sometimes. In this case, it was thousands.
By the way, if anyone was following the civil suit with the school teacher, Tweaker, whatever her name was, she was awarded $10 million. So not the 40 she asked for, but enough that she can probably have a nice Christmas.
When you received this, what do you do with it?
I went through everything, and that's when I saw information about the case.
That's what everyone is saying. When she met him, he just kind of took control over her. Perry is the accused. I actually have a friend who is trying to have a rapid accident, so they're going on vacation and hope it runs away, because as she says, there's something about the things that they eat, hamsters and rabbits and stuff like that, that just smells really bad. Ugh.
So you saw a lot of information about the case.
Yes.
And when you have these Instagram returns, what all is included in this document? Is it just messages or is it photos? What type of things do you see?
So you get, it's a lot. Like, so just with a lot of different social medias that are out there, you get individual messages, like direct, peer-to-peer messages that you're sending to each other. We receive that information. Sometimes it contains photos, videos, that type of stuff. And it's under different categories that you can find in there.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move to omit states 460, 463, 462, and 465, which are the two Instagram search warrant returns, as well as the accompanying VRAs.
Objection.
Those will be admitted?
And Your Honor, may I publish states 462?
Yes.
Your Honor, when you go through these Instagram dumps, is there a way in which it's easier for you to capture or save portions that you view?
Yes.
How is that?
The way that I've done these is I take screenshots on my computer, little snippets of what I'm viewing, and I try to capture the page number that's on there so that way I can reference back to it.
Now, is this folder all of those screenshots that you took?
Yes.
And if I open here, is this what the full Instagram return looks like?
Yes.
And all these things on the left, is that just different sections within the search warrant?
It is, yeah.
So I first want to go to those screenshots you have.
Okay.
So first things first, I want to talk about the date a little bit. So how does Instagram document dates and times?
And it's UTC time.
What is UTC time?
It's Coordinated Universal Time.
And is that the same time as Central Standard Time?
No.
What is it?
It's like 6 hours before. Okay.
Central Time is 6 hours before UTC time?
Yes.
So
I love that no one
up
can
here-
explain. I love you, Yanks. You know I love you, Yanks. But time zones are not. You live in a country with 4 different time zones, and none of you can explain UTC. It's Greenwich Mean Time, not adjusted for winter and summertime. It's really not that hard, and because this is at winter time, there's 6 hours difference. If it had been at summertime, it would be 7 hours difference because they are in Texas, as far as I understand it. But no one no American understands, first of all, that there's 24 hours, not 2 times 12 hours in a day, and that UTC, I don't trust them British guys and them Greenwich. We burn witches in this here country. Come on now.
what date and time would this portion where the mouth is be?
What date and time did you say?
Correct.
February 7, 2025. It says on there 10, but it would be 4.
So So 4 p.m. on February 7th?
Yes.
And, whoa, hold on. What two Instagrams are these screenshots between?
That's T.W. Hodge, 1989, and South.
Ginger, you forget I cover trials every day. The better shit you have to worry about apparently is oxy, meth, or crack. Because that's all I see out of America. And of course, who gets to yell at Baker today?
Park Emo.
Do you know who those two individuals are?
Yes.
Who are they?
The T.W. Hodge is going to be Travis Hodges, and the South Park Emo, that one's going to be Tammy King.
And so this is them talking on Friday the 7th, correct?
Yes.
Can you read what these first few messages from the South Park Emo account says?
It says, the first one says, "Yo, it's me." Let me read everything. Self-defense, ran, no lawyer, no family, just cash.
Now here, what does it appear is happening between these messages? I'll ask that better. Does it look like there might be some responses missing?
Yes, it seemed to me like he was being short with what he was trying to say, but getting the point across.
Okay. Now, when you took all these screenshots, are you taking them in order, or were you taking screenshots of certain things that stood out to you or you believed would be pertinent?
Everything, what you just said, it's things that stood out to me, things that, some of them are in order, some aren't. Some are things that stood out to me that I felt were really important because it showed me the violence in the messages.
So I want to start with the top of this page. What is the date and time here?
The first one?
Yes, sir.
The date is January 25th, 2025.
I don't say that Americans are stupid. It's just you're the only people in the world who don't know that there's 24 hours in a day. That's commie talk.
And it says it's at almost midnight, so is that really, it's almost 7?
Yeah.
What is that first message?
It says hypocrite.
And then that second message, who's the author?
South Park Emo owner.
Which you stated was Uriah?
Correct.
And what does he say?
4.
What is Tara's response?
Wow, she just proved my point.
And then?
I was going to call her out, but thought about how you would want her gone right away, so I had to stop.
What did she say after that?
I was on the sentence of saying it.
What does Uriah respond to her?
Don't tell her anything. If you argue, there's a huge chance it's bad. It gets physical. I don't want to kill her if it ruins our lives or isn't on your command.
How many days roughly before Tammy King is murdered is this message?
This was months in advance, or this was a month before.
And Ms. King was murdered on February 5th, correct?
Correct. This is January 20th.
So is that roughly 11 days? And what does Tara respond after Uriah speaks about killing Tammy?
I hate her, OMG.
Now moving forward, it looks like this is still in January, correct?
Yes.
So starting at the top, what is this first message from Tara?
The first one that shows, I almost had a panic attack like on Friday.
And then?
That's why I grabbed my chest.
And what does Uriah respond?
I know, I'm so sorry. I didn't shoot her because I thought you'd regret that later.
What does Tara say?
I've always hated her.
And what does Uriah respond?
Do I kill her next time, if there is a next time?
And this is roughly 10 days before Tammy King is murdered?
Yes.
Thank you, criminals. Because you're stupid.
Does this appear to be continuing on that same day?
Yes.
What does Uriah say next on here?
I can go to the glass windows on the outside of her room and just blast away.
And what does Tara say?
I stopped saying I love you back to her about 5 years ago.
And what does she say after that?
I would regret it because I want to kill her.
And what does Uriah say?
He says good.
And then?
If let you get the kill.
And then after that?
I cop that 50 XP assist.
Do you know what that refers to?
The 50 XP assist? I know it's sometimes referred to on games.
With the experience points.
Experience of
Jemima, I don't know what you and your husband do for kicks, but if it's talking about unaliving a 61-year-old lady, you need therapy.
points for kills.
Now, starting down here, what is this message?
It says from South Park owner, it says, I'd let you get the kill.
What does Tara say to him?
I was actually about to turn around and yell, give me the gun, dude. I was so close.
And he says,
No, that's an instant loss.
and then,
He says, too close for a gun.
and then,
She'd hit you.
all right. What's this top message?
Says, what if I killed her tonight? What would have happened after,
Why don't you read all of it? It says 10 inches from each other. There's another text up here you didn't read.
All right. What's this top message?
Says, what if I killed her tonight? What would have happened after,
And then what does Tara do?
She sends an emoji.
And what does Uriah say?
Uriah says, dude, I dropped my phone. 3 seconds later, she came in. I almost killed her without me.
What does Uriah say after that?
Says, she was at my feet.
And how does Tara respond?
She reacted with a frown emoji.
And what does Uriah say after this?
It says, you're welcome, biatch. I'm actually so glad I learned Army courses. Bro, I tightened my body. Shrunk. Fuck me. I ain't doing that again.
What the hell? I'm actually so glad I learned Army courses. I tightened my body. What the hell?
And what does Uriah say after this?
It says, you're welcome, biatch. I'm actually so glad I learned Army courses. Bro, I tightened my body. Shrunk. Fuck me. I ain't doing that again.
What's the next message from Uriah? Or sorry, this message is from Tara.
No, it was when she was out of my room, almost at the door hallway, and I was by my bed, and it was after she looked at me and made the super fucking angry noise, and I started ranting, hit me, bitch. Fucking hit me. I fucking dare you to hit me. Hit me, all that shit like that. That's when I was about to turn around and get it from you. I don't know what that says.
And what does Uriah say?
He says, oh.
Tara?
Yeah.
No, he says, Riptus is what he says.
I was so fucking mad.
And how does Uriah respond?
Bro.
And then?
Bro.
What the fuck is with her?
And this is still 10 days prior to Tammy's death, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Continuing on, what is the first message from Uriah?
Is, so what the fuck was that noise by K.E.?
And what does Tara say?
We only kill her if she genuinely tries to lay hands on me. He says, bro, yes ma'am.
And then?
I might rip the pipe. What do you say? Metal pops on me.
And what does Tara say next?
I fear if Nanny pisses me off so hard one day we argue in the kitchen, I fear I might grab a damn knife and stab her.
And Uriah says?
Don't do that. She could use it after. Bad idea. Let me handle it. If I disable her and then able you with the weapon, he puts a smiley face.
And Tara says?
There have been so many times, almost every time we argue, this about every close thing I could kill her with.
And then Tara says?
He spells out, says, or to beat the shit out of her. And
Right.
I don't know what that word is.
It's I.
And Uriah?
Yeah, also, if she catches me here, I can hide anywhere else. Come here, go back to that one.
Sure.
Also,
can't
if she
hide.
catches me here, I can't hide anywhere else, is what that says.
Okay. And then the next message?
He says, this spot, that's it. We gotta find people or someone. We need trustable people. If I got food stamps, could you live with Chelsea?
All right. What does Uriah say next?
Should've told me then. What the fuck?
Tara says.
I didn't know if it was real or not.
And then Uriah.
You just didn't tell me that. I'm gonna kill her if you say she does shit like that. No, she better not have.
And then we move into the next day, that January 27th. But with UTC time, is this really late in the night of the 26th?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that Tara says here?
She says, since the day I was sobbing the first time, I and Nanny thought I was weird, and I was sobbing like a little girl after she left, and was pissing in and out of sleep because I was scared. I think that generally fucked me up a little bit, because even since then, I feel I've been slightly more easier to make upset and overwhelmed. And she goes on to say, you want to read the next one?
Oh. Bathroom break?
What?
Okay, apparently we need a bathroom break.
All right, Susan.
Again, I'm not sure this is in English. It's it seems like kind of a Romeo and Juliet thing where, hey man, do you want me to offer? I'll offer if you love me. Come on, man. And now it all of a sudden seems like she starts to figure out that, oh, by the way, she abused me. I better say that so he will do something. That's and again, what she really did was just try to get this girl to do something. And maybe it's a good idea if your 17-year-old foster daughter is living at your house ripping the pipe. Maybe you need to tell her to grow the F up and go to school. No, I think the crack probably was worse than the ammonia. Probably worse to be home with dad than with grandma. But let's get back to it. Oh, it looks like there was a fallout from the stream, so they didn't go back when they came back. Or maybe they just something. What's going on?
3:20. All right. So coming here, we're at about 3:25. What is Uriah saying?
E is in the print on my EDC mag, the one from last night. F is the print on the rest. Pretty cool.
What does Tara say?
She says, looks like she has a typo. Looks like what happened. Baby. And he says nothing. He says, are you good? And she says, oh, okay. And she goes on and says, it sounds like you're upset trying to look for something, and I was confused because you started putting all blankets out.
From watching or from reading through these messages, do you believe that they're in different locations or in the same place?
Different location.
If she's able to see him pulling blankets out?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, same location if she's watching for blankets out.
Okay. And what does he say?
Says, I sound upset on painkillers.
And then?
We talked about it a few times. She says, I know, baby, I'm just making sure I wasn't hearing something you weren't actually saying I love you.
What? I'm just making sure I was hearing something you weren't actually saying. You read that wrong. How the hell can you hear something that he didn't say? That's that thing that you women can do where you can read minds and then you think we can do the same. I'm just making sure I was hearing something you weren't actually saying. Okay.
I know, baby, I'm just making sure I wasn't hearing something you weren't actually saying. I love you.
And then do we go on talking back and forth for a little bit again?
Yes.
Talk about chlorine gas. What the hell? Uses it for drugs. I don't want anything. Don't let your emotions from the other thing cloud who you talk to or treat me. What? You know why I sound upset. I want to see all of this. This looks interesting. I said, I wasted mine. I'm not happy. I'm not high. But whatever, man. I don't know what to fucking do. Being mad all day, and anytime I was calm, you just acted upset and mad at me. Dude. Don't let your emotions run wild. You know why? Oh, this is the one I want to see. Why can't I find that? It's not so much fun when your girlfriend says, I hope I didn't ruin your high and happy. I'm fine. I want to come up. We talked about how I look. My face is resting. The pills I gave you makes you calm. I can't because I can't see. I can't because you don't want light shine on you even with your phone light. I cannot see you. Rats are telling at each other outside. So they're in her room texting each other. Why didn't you talk? That's weird. I was like hunching over a bit from pain. I'm so sorry. My tummy hurts bad. I want to cuddle. We will. Nanny out. Are you in the mood to smoke meth tonight to stay up together? I have the door open. Yes, I am. Come back, please. What the fuck is happening? What the hell? Licks you.
Okay. At about 10:17,
That's good.
do we continue talking for a little bit as we keep going for the night?
Yes.
Yeah, that's sad.
Okay. At about 10:17, what does Uriah say?
I want to confront her. Ask who Caitlin is.
And Tara says,
Like, only confront? Maybe? Question mark. And looks like he says, she does anything stupid, call me on Insta. Yeah, just ask who Caitlin is and tell her and her friends to keep it down. Also, constantly update. Looks like a typo. Me and.
what does Tara say?
Could we confront her tomorrow? He says, sure. And then she says, are you sure? He says, it's your grandma. She says, I'm so sorry, I love you, promise tomorrow.
He said,
we don't have to tomorrow, it's just the bitches thing. She needs to tell you about adults in your house. She says, I'm gonna go confront. He says, yeah, it'll wake you up. She says, well, won't admit it. And she says, talking, I can't tell what. And he says, exactly.
he says, what does he say next?
Says, want to see? She says, what do you mean? She says, explain exactly what you mean. If someone's there. And then he says, I bust the door down, interrogate. Yes or no, damn. She says, no. He says, I give you an answer, you do too. Thank you. FFA. FRA.
Do we have a few typos?
Yeah,
And then Tara says,
pause the music. And then he says, bro, the rules, they don't matter, huh? Learn to deal with shit. Ain't always gonna get your what. And then he says, ain't always gonna get your way here. That's why I get upset. You get overwhelmed or cry. It's almost every time. Gotta deal with it without crashing or crying. And she says, holy fuck, can you not? I keep telling you to turn it down or pause it, but you literally wouldn't listen. You had it loud as shit. I could almost hear another person maybe, but I don't want to fucking bust her door down tonight. I promise tomorrow.
and just to be clear, this is on February 4th.
Correct.
What does Uriah say?
Holy fuck, can you get a lesson or a fucking word remembered? Listen to what I said. I don't give a fuck about right now. Listen to what I said. And she says, I remember the rules. He says, not the rules. Up there. Just like I just said. Damn. She says, I'm sorry. He says, me too. He says, I can hear two bitches clearly. Sitting up. Right here. She says, I don't hear them. I'm sorry. She says, it's hard to hear. And he says, then turn down the fan or AC. Not just the TV makes noise. It's pretty obvious you're talking now. That they're talking now. Living room. Go. He says, move quicker. He says, it's a time thing. Remember? Never mind. Maybe. Okay, then stop. Or say that shit up right. Where did I text you? Where was there a shuffle just... Oops, you misspelled words.
Are they absolutely insane and hearing things and they're in that room and texting each other and what the hell's going on?
I don't know.
And is this just Uriah sending message after message?
He's just repeatedly sending message after message.
Okay. And keep sending messages for a second?
Yes.
Okay. What does he say here?
Nah, it matters more than you want to do it. Wait, I'm sorry. He says, nah, it matters more when you want to do it. The other times you text me on the wall. Don't even. Living room door shut. Now knees. Nice. She says, go. He says, you go. He says, I don't give a fuck. She says, get up and busy it down. He says, I'm done. She says, I don't give a fuck. Dude. And then he says, she's gone. Told you. Maybe listen. I actually take an hour to use the bathroom once and 2 trips to charge her phone, so it's 10 o'clock again. That was dope. I look at the time at least. And she says, I was sick, bro. She says, I'm sorry, or Dory. He says, you could have gone once still. Bro, you didn't even get the fucking point. She says, my phone was fucking dead. He says, you went twice. I don't care. She says, I was fucking worried about you. He says, you weren't Friday. You weren't Saturday. She says, I got up to make sure Nanny didn't come in because I was hearing shit. And then she says, okay, I'm sorry. He says, but when I hear shit, I get rushed and told and tweaking. He says, got it. But when I hear shit, I get rushed and told I'm tweaking. He edited the sentence before. And says, if you were sorry, you would have stopped before I said anything, and I never would have started acting like this. And that goes for it all. What do you want to do, ATP? I don't say you're fucking tweaking. You're sorry you noticed. I wish you could see the fucking messages. Sad you don't remember 4 days ago. Doesn't matter, dude. When you need to remember, you do. Never about me. Not when I remember. I do. She says, I do fucking remember about you. He says, stop. Or I'm sorry, she says, stop. He says, I'm pointless and useless. Why do you care? Why? I don't care about me. Why do you? She says, because I fucking love you. I'm sorry. I hate myself so much to the point I take it out on you. I'm sorry. I fucking care about you. He says, actually, better question. Why do you care about me, but what I want, need, like, or say is important isn't ever on your mind? Only when it's brought up. Why? I have to make you think about it. You can go to bed, I'll fucking kill them. She says, why do you love me? I treat you like shit without trying to. I make you feel the worst. Why? Please sit. Because I care about, he says, because I care about everything about you and you. I care about everything about you too, baby. Or you, he spelled it wrong. About two, Rue, baby. She says, you're all I care about. I'm sorry, I'm so fucking bad at remembering. I'm sorry, Kay, so shitty towards you.
Okay, so it's 5 o'clock and I believe someone needs to leave by 5. So
Stop doing drugs, people. I can't with these type of people. It's hiding under the bed, texting in the same room, being so effing high that you think that grandma apparently is doing something with Lacey in the other room. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, I'll unalive her if you want me to unalive her. No problem. I'll unalive her. Do you want me to unalive? I'm a big boy, you know. I'll unalive her if you want me to unalive her, but just tell me. I'll do it. Yeah, and he seems like that kind of guy who will try constantly and get the sympathy. Oh, I'm such a victim. Oh, I didn't do anything. Oh, why are everyone so mean to me? And I'm sorry, but I just don't really buy it. I yeah, I don't know what to say. I just feel this is they had parents. At least she had a surrogate parent who was willing to take care of them, but that wasn't well enough because she found this absolutely smortion of a boyfriend who she could what would you call it, sympathy despair with, where they could sit and say, oh, everything is so bad and everyone is against us and we are all victims. And they're not. They are not victims. And not, at least not in my opinion. To me, it looks more like they are drug addicts who are teenagers, and that's probably the worst combination you can have, being a drug addict and a teenager. It's two things that makes you absolutely retarded. And then they just make up this thing that if Granny was just gone, everything would be better. No, it wouldn't. It'll be 10 times worse because none of you two idiots can make a life function, because none of you two can figure out how to buy a loaf of bread, or it's I just have a hard time with these idiots because they get so in their own way and I'm a victim and everyone's against me. And in reality, what they needed was a big cold glass of shut the F up and just get on with it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they just want, if they just understood me and if they just did what I wanted, I would have a way better life. But no, you wouldn't, because you're a teenager and you're an idiot. And now you're on meth. There isn't a lot of potential good outcomes from being in that situation. That's the thing that is really wrong in this case. It's we're just we're just ruining everyone. Sure, but I had friends who grew up with grandmas. We had kids who came live with us, and you can move on from a bad beginning. But I don't know. We have to come back tomorrow and see day 4 and figure out why, how, and when they unalive Granny. It's just about 2 o'clock America times. Perfect time for you to go get your shopping done and what else you need to get done. I'll go watch movies and get to bed. Yeah, I know you're not making excuses. I'm just saying this is just always the thing. Well, I didn't get any chances. You got as many chances as everyone else. You just chose not to take any of these chances. But yeah, I like this replay kind of thing where we get off a little bit earlier and I get some evening time. I hope you don't mind it too much. And I think I have yes. In Denmark, we call them dandelion kids because a dandelion will break through concrete. And so you can have all the negative social inheritance that you can have and still be an absolute star. Thank you, Jen. And all of you, thank you so much for showing up again today. Today we figured out how to get Jamie in here, and that's great. And now to my new outro because I couldn't figure out how to download my old outro. Everyone, do all the things, and if you want to know when we go live, follow the Discord, the Facebook, or the Twit, where I try to remember to put it out all the time. Are you putting out? Well, yeah.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
I know English is your second language, but you don't word
It's
your
my
questions
third,
carefully.
but I'm still better at it than you. You are
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury.